Hey guys, welcome out to Revolution. We're going to do an interview with Joseph Armstrong. And so, if you don't know who Joseph Armstrong is, he is prolific on YouTube and does many videos. And he's also got a website called the Bible Version Conspiracy. So, how you going, Joseph, this morning?
Hey, good. Thank you for having me.
And so it's 6 o'clock in the morning here in Australia, and so it's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon over in, I guess, Washington time, we would call it, and which is quite amazing that we can do this. The technology that we have today is just it's just amazing. So we've already got quite a lot of people watching, and so I just want to introduce Joseph and what I know about Joseph. So, becoming interested in the Bible version issue, oftentimes you're scouring through websites, you're going through YouTube videos. And so I used to watch these videos and I'd actually turn them into MP3s of this young guy who would just grab books and lean on his door frame and just sort of flip through these books for hours and hours and hours. There would be, 80 videos of him going through some, King James only book or whatever it was. But it was really good because at the time I didn't have a lot of time to sit down and read. And so listening to things really helped me. And so I would go through these videos, and sometimes there would be gems, and I would just go over and over certain videos, and it really helped me in a sense where I wouldn't say I absolutely agree with everything that was written in those books, and but there is a lot that I do agree with. But it helped guide my thinking in a certain direction, and so Joseph probably doesn't even know that. Up until recently, when I told him, he probably didn't really even know that. And I guess it's like a lot of things. People contact me and say, "Oh, I watched your Easter video, 10 years ago. It helped me, and now I read the King James or whatever." And so it's quite amazing. We just go out there with. I sort of feel like sometimes we're like the four lepers who just sort of scramble around. We're looking for something, some food or something like that, and the whole army just flees. And sometimes we can have an influence on people, and we don't even know the ramifications of that. But enough about me. We want to do a bit of an interview here. So I'm trying to sort of turn this channel into doing interviews. I guess I was inspired by an atheist to do this, by a guy called T Jump. So he had me on his platform, and he's just an atheist who just asks, Christians why they believe what they believe and all the rest of it. And I thought this is actually really good. It's a good thing for people to know about people's lives, about their position in bibliology. I believe bibliology is one of the most important topics that we can address. I think that it's the elephant in the room that most people are sort of browbeaten to not talk about this in many churches. And most people are just thrown into a camp where you are a kooky conspiracy theorist and you don't really have anything to say. There's no validity behind any type of conspiracy against the word of God. And so sometimes people just don't talk about it. Pastors don't bring it up. If you're in fellowship with other Christians, you bring it up and all the heads turn and look at you and go, "Oh, here he goes again," sort of thing. But what I wanted to do was just start with a few questions. So I'll just ask you this one, Joseph. Is there a legitimate conspiracy against the word of God?
I think so, definitely. In the Bible, there's a few different passages that I remember from. I think I actually talked about these sometimes in those earlier videos that you mentioned. Jeremiah 23:30-31. Therefore, behold, I am against the prophets, saith the Lord, that steal my words, every man from his neighbor. Behold, I am against the prophets that saith the Lord, that use their tongues and say, He saith. that is talking a lot about these prophets that are coming in and saying, oh, well, God said this, and they just made up something in their heads, whatever they wanted to have. But then also next to that, stealing God's words from their neighbors. When you come in with these other revelations, a lot of the time it distracts you from that, from the actual words that God wrote down. And I think that the stealing the words there actually has a lot more significance, especially when you compare it to other parts of the Bible, the one in Deuteronomy where it talks about taking away or adding to the law, and then Revelation 22 where it talks about taking away or adding to Revelation. They just kind of scatter themselves throughout the Bible, and I think that they go together pretty well. One of our theme verses is Ezekiel 22:25, which says, therefore, behold, I am against the... Hang on a second. Looking at the same verse I just read. It says, there is a conspiracy of her prophets in the midst thereof, like a roaring lion, ravening the prey. They have devoured souls. They have taken the treasure and precious things. They have made her many widows in the midst thereof. So a lot of what actually comes into the part of destroying a nation or destroying Christianity or what have you is the stealing of precious things, and also the conspiracy which was among the prophets who were supposed to be doing what was right actually ended up being more or less a gateway for the defeat of this type of Christianity in Jerusalem. So a lot of stuff from Bible prophecy actually stacks up into the idea of there being a conspiracy. Psalm 2 as well, where it talks about the kings meeting together and trying to figure out how to cast the bonds and the chains of the Lord and his anointed off of them. The binding contract for the Christian is the word of God. So one of the reasons that we don't do a lot of things that God doesn't want us to do is because we have a contract, which would be the written word of God. So if they're going to break that down, then they're going to be breaking down those cords and those chains and throw those off and open the floodgates for atheism, infidelity, spiritualism, stuff like this, which I think happened at the turn of the last century, around the time of the RV. And I already mentioned Psalm 2, and let's see, breaking their bands asunder and casting off their cords from us. But there are two very, very faint whispers of like a legit conspiracy of to change the Bible or to take control of it somehow. One of them comes from the Jesuit conspiracy by Jacopo Leone. I think, this is part of my brand. I always look back here for a book that I need, and I can't ever find it. Anyways, from Jacopo Leone's book, there is an Irishman that is speaking at a secret Jesuit conference. It's quite a story. I definitely recommend reading it. It is very intense, and it'll make you so you never trust another Jesuit again as long as you live. And so basically, he's in this closet as a trained, stenographer, basically writing down everything that he is hearing in this outer room, and different people get up to speak, and it is an absolutely fascinating book. I haven't read the whole thing, but I have actually listened to part of it, but I want to get through the whole thing because it's so convoluted and detailed, and it's just like, wow. But when this Irishman gets up to speak, he says, he describes the Bible, and he says that the Bible is going to become a rod in their hand, where like Moses sees the snake that his rod turned into, picks it up by the tail, boom, it's a rod, can't hurt me anymore. So the analogy from that this Jesuit drew was the Bible with head erect and eyes flashing fire. It's often afflicted us with its dangerous venom. So it'll become a rod again in our hand once we are able to seize it. And I was just like, well, that's interesting, especially with all the different controversies that just involve scripture between Catholicism and, Protestantism and stuff. And the next person gets up to speak, and he's like, I know you really want to go after the Bible and stuff, but I would recommend staying away from it completely. I don't remember where this guy was from. The first guy was an Irishman, I think. I don't remember who this person was. But he said that the Bible is no friend to Jesuitism. It's no friend to Catholicism. There's no way that we can do anything really with it because, as a young person, he had picked up the Bible and he had started looking at it and he was like, oh, I'm just going to see nuns and convents and the Eucharist and, the Pope and everything like this is just going to be through the whole Bible. And he picks it up and starts reading it and he's just like, this is describing a religion that is completely different from mine. So he's just like, we can't use it the way that you think that we can, Irishman. So I don't know where it all went from there. Those, as far as I know, are the only two parts where this kind of thing is actually mentioned. But fast forward, probably a couple of centuries, you get to 1969. And this is actually the channel trailer for my channel where I describe this story. There was a medical doctor in, I'm not sure if he was a native of New York, but he was attending a conference in New York City at the, I always get this wrong, I think it's the Mount Sinai. I believe it's the Mount Sinai Medical Center. And he's just attending what he thinks is a normal pediatrics meeting. He was a pediatrician, Dr. Lawrence Dunnigan. And he's just like, oh, I'm just going to, there's going to be a meal. There's going to be some people speaking. Oh, and Dr. Richard Day is going to be there. He was one of my mentors, so he just kind of goes there and, enjoys the meal and everything. And, it's in the evening. And his mentor, this guy, I believe he was retired at this point or retiring. And he gets up and he's getting ready to start a speech. And he says, all right, guys, don't record any of this. Don't write any of it down. If you repeat it, I'll deny it. I'm not going to answer questions. I'm not going to repeat myself. And he just started laying out what he described as a new world system. He said that 5 years prior, which would have been 1964, he wouldn't have spoken with the level of confidence that he was at this point because he didn't believe that the global everything was certain going to happen, that the New World Order or whatever that he was describing was actually going to be able to dominate things. But he said, now I can see that it is unstoppable. So I see it as my responsibility to just let you guys know. And so you guys can get ready for it. So this turned into a book called The New Order of Barbarians. You can pick it up on Amazon. I believe it's print on demand. And it is a horrifying story. It basically gives an entire list of prophecies that were going to come about in the future. So, like, we're living in that future. And so many things in there, from the promotion of drug abuse, its views on sexual misconduct and what would be promoted, such as sodomy and stuff like this. It just lays out so many different things, down to the brands of cars and where they would be manufactured, which they weren't being manufactured at that point. More foreign cars were just like, oh no, buy American. But he's like, no, it's going to go overseas, so that we don't, America is seen as more as a spot that we don't need this industry kind of stuff going on. So it was all going to move overseas. And Lawrence, listening to this, was just like, oh, that's not going to happen. And sure enough, it did. And things like that prompted him to record everything that he could remember from 20 years later down the line. He actually records all these things because he's just like, Richard Day was just full of it. But as he started seeing these prophecies come about, he's just like, well, I better record this stuff. And he remembered so much of it, which was very good. And one of the things that he recounts is how the New World System's religion was going to be set up. And the way that it was going to be set up is the breakdown of old religions, especially Christianity. And the way to do this was not to completely destroy Christianity or defeat it in enough atheistic debates or whatever. It was to actually integrate it into the New World system. And different parts of each religion were going to be put together into this New World religion where everybody could be comfortable because they had all the same little things that they had before. So one of the keys to getting to that point, though, was to revise the Bible enough so that it would be okay. So Dr. Richard Day said, we don't have to change the whole Bible. We don't have to, he didn't say this, but he did not describe taking out verses. He did not describe anything to do with textual criticism, even though textual criticism was already pretty much set for the last 70 years by this point with the Westcott and Hort stuff. So at this point in the game, he's talking about what we need to do is we need to revise keywords. So you're going to have different keywords, such as, just examples like resurrection, blood, life, eternity, devil, hell, different things like heaven, whatever. And they would just have to be changed to a synonym at first. So you have your first edition of the Bible where you're just like, okay, heaven, God, hell, blah, blah, blah. The next one is changed to maybe, the upper realm or something. I don't know. Just basically things that meant the same thing. Hell to Sheol or hell to Hades or what have you. Or even devil to demon. They're synonymous, pretty much. So after this second edition, there's a third edition that comes along. That brings in a new word that is a synonym of that second word, but isn't related to the first. So that way you don't have to change the whole Bible. You just have to have parts of it that are compatible, so to speak, with what's coming. So, yeah, that's a very interesting story. And Lawrence Dunnigan is sitting there looking at Richard Day being like, there's no way this is going to happen. He was a good Roman Catholic. Lawrence Dunnigan was. Richard Day was an avowed atheist. And he's just like, there's no way this is going to happen. We're going to, the church is founded on the rock of Peter, and Christ said that upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And Richard Day is like, you guys might be thinking that it can't happen, that the churches are not going to stand for you to revise the Bible. He's like, you're wrong. The churches aren't just going to be okay with us doing it. They're going to help us do it. And he didn't go into any details about that point. But what he said after that was that there would be people that would notice the differences between different editions and such. And they'd be like, oh, there's a problem here. But he said that the people who saw those differences would not be enough to matter. So from that point on, he just talks about all kinds of crazy stuff, like how to develop people in an evolutionary way through education, puberty, the onset of puberty being cut back, which it has been cut back in recent years. He even describes something like the mark of the beast. It's really, really crazy. So those are the two clearest but kind of faint whispers. I would love to have followed up on all of that stuff with Richard Day, but I probably wouldn't have survived to the next morning, I'd imagine. So it was a crazy situation. But those are the two clearest examples that are like basically cut and dry from history, that is just like, yep, there's something going on. So it's raised my curiosity to a level where I've made a YouTube channel completely dedicated to this kind of stuff. I think it might be time to matter on these subjects. And I don't see anybody else really talking about the weird stuff regarding Bible translations, because everybody has a reputation kind of to upkeep, even though a lot of us have the conspiratorial stuff in the back of our minds, and we're just like, oh man, I wish I could talk about this, but then people would think I'm stupid. And I'm just like, people already think I'm stupid. What do I have to lose? So anyways.
That's a classic. Yeah, so that's one of the things I've actually brought my tin foil with me. And so if there is a Bible version conspiracy, I'm going to wear this at the end of this show. I'm going to make myself a little hat. But beautiful. Like you're saying, I think there has been because a lot of people have seen people talk about this issue, say like Gail Ripplinger, Peter Ruckman, Sam Gipp, and a few others. And so sometimes there can be people talking about a Bible version conspiracy, and it can be seen as anti-intellectual to look at those issues, to examine those issues, and to say, hey, the people are coming against the Word of God. This is a satanic attack. People might just say, oh, it's just a neutral thing. It's just scholarship. It's just people that they're just using science to look at manuscripts and get the oldest and best reading and all this sort of stuff. But like you're saying, behind the movement that is labeled Textus Receptus only, King James only, KJV preferred, whatever it gets labeled, a lot of people do believe there is a genuine satanic conspiracy against the Word of God. And so is there a satanic agenda with the modern versions?
I am not 100% sure if it would be considered like satanic, to where you have like, Satanism or the Church of Satan or blah, 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 which are specific terms to specific movements. As far as I'm aware, those specific groups haven't been involved at all, but I would definitely say that this, like Dr. Richard Day said, this order, which is much larger than communism, which he referred to, which was what he was a part of, that there wouldn't be anything wholesome about that, and it would be led by the false Christ, or the false Messiah, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, actually according to some information like from Dr. Bill Schneblin and people like this, I believe that the Antichrist was supposed to have also been birthed around that time, around 69. I think maybe it was 68. Don't quote me on that, but kind of a weird parallel anyways.
And so tell us a bit about your background. Like, how did you come to a position where you can hold up the King James Bible and say it's the Word of God? And how did you develop your views on the Bible?
Okay. So basically I was raised with an NIV, and my mom saw it as much easier to read. She grew up reading the King James Bible and was just like, oh man, I can never understand this. And then she started reading an NIV, and she's like, oh, I can understand it. So that's what we mostly used throughout our lives. She kept a living Bible in the bathroom so that could be read as more of a devotional kind of reading. She had the open Bible as well, which is more or less a King James. So we had a lot of different versions in our house. So I first started onto this by listening to Kent Hovind's videos, the Blue series of tapes, where he has a seminar, and he talked about the King James and about different verses that were not there compared to, in modern versions compared to the King James. And I was like, what? So never really followed up on it. In Abeka, which is what I was educated with, they mentioned in one spot that there was less verses in modern Bibles than in the King James Bible, and they didn't elaborate on that. And I was just like, I would love to know where these are. So later on, I believe it was an updated version of Kent Hovind's videos. He recommended some different books, like New Age Bible versions, possibly the language of the King James Bible. Those were the first two books that I ever got, and started reading those. I was fairly impressed as a young person by those two books. So I ended up getting more by Gail Ripplinger, more by Peter Ruckman. During my college years, I would listen to a lot of different sermons about it by people like Stauffer, like Sam Gipp. I listened to a lot of Ruckman material as I'd be commuting to college, or if I'd be milking goats or what have you, then I'd be listening to these kind of things. And that shaped my opinions early on and got me very familiar with King James only arguments for different things and such. And, impressed enough to where I was like, oh, I should help to spread some of this stuff on YouTube. So started a YouTube channel. Actually had to start a second YouTube channel because of, I don't remember if it was some technical issue or if like some copyright was put in or something, and I was just like, oh well, I don't want this channel to be taken down. I'll start a second one. So just like you said, reading books and giving comments on like the Bible or whatever, I would have a finger poking Bible study, and I would just, basically like in Proverbs or something like this, I would just look at everything that I saw through the lens of the modern version controversy, and I would just be like, oh wow, I see a lot as I would go through these different passages. And more not more recently, let me back up. I would also be very interested in the information that was against what I was accepting and what I was reading. Because in my mind, if I'm being taught something that's not true, then the best person to learn that it's not true from are the people that don't agree. So I bought probably every book that I could that was against King James onlyism. Every once in a while, I would just go back to Amazon and type in King James only and scroll through the entire list of all of the books that had anything to do with it. And every once in a while, there'd be a new one, and I'd be like, oh, time to buy. And I would buy that. So I can't say that I have read all of them, but I have become fairly familiar with their arguments. And I've also got to dive back into them because there are a lot of things that I'm just kind of finding out aren't as clear cut as they were presented. Like with the Westcott and Hort thing, I was always told, oh yeah, they were occultists, they went to seances, stuff like this. We'll get into this a little more later on. And I was just like, oh wow, that's really bad. And then finding out later on that things were inconsistent, I was just like, oh wow, there's problems on both sides of this controversy. So one of the main goals of our YouTube channel now, the Bible Version Conspiracy, is to not only expose the conspiracy behind the modern Bible translation controversy, but also to try to find the what is actually, like the bedrock, boil things down to, brass tacks, and try to figure out exactly where this side is right and where this side is right and where they're both wrong. Revise my own arguments, weed out different things that I believe that are incorrect because of, it just can't be backed up, and different things like that. So it's going to be a journey. And I will say that with this perspective of bringing in conspiracy with Bible version stuff, I feel very new at this again, because there is so much to consider outside of just the King James arguments versus the modern version arguments. Now there's this whole middle row, and there's this whole behind the scenes, and it's just like, I've got a lot of work to do. So it's going to be fun though, and I'm enjoying it.
And so Doki Doki Bible Club said Joseph took the red and blue pill to investigate both sides.
Yep, I took the purple pill, and now I'm going to be like that polar bear that they had on, like, what was it? Not Pepto-Bismol. Whatever it was that turned its hair purple. That's going to be me. I'm not going to have purple hair, though. No, that's a guarantee. So
I'm just going to pop your website up here. So this is BibleVersionConspiracy.com. And I haven't followed everything on it because I've only just really discovered this website. And so, but I've noticed that you've been putting some stuff up there about Westcott and Hort. So I'll just try and find that. Topics, here we go. Westcott and Hort. And you've written quite a lot about Westcott and Hort, specifically recently, since the Textual Confidence Collective have been pulling KJV, TR people over the coals for sort of saying a few things here and there that are wrong about Westcott and Hort and some of the people surrounding them. Can you give me an example of where there would be something that's erroneous, like say in the writings of Ruckman or Ricklinger or Gipp or something like that, and maybe also in like say, the writings of people who are contras, like, Dan Wallace, James White. Could you give us some examples of those type of things?
Sure. And like you said, there's a lot on that page, but it's just getting started. So it's like it looks like a lot, but there's only a couple of examples that I have so far. One of the biggest examples, I just thought that Westcott and Hort just kind of put those two together, and it's kind of hard to tell them apart after a while. And you're just like, oh, Westcott and Hort denied the infallibility of the Bible. See, right here, I've got a quote from them, and it says, I reject the word infallibility of Holy Scriptures overwhelmingly. And it's just like, wow, he was really against the infallibility of the Bible, like completely opposed to it. Wow, he must have been not any better than, I forget the famous atheist, Ingersoll. He must not have been any better than him. And I just kind of took that and swallowed it. And I was just like on my merry way until I ran into a little book by Joey Faust called The Word God Will Keep It, that lays out a 400-year history of the King James Bible only movement. It's like from beginning to end, it's like nothing but quotes from news articles, periodicals, books, sermons. It's just, it's crazy. And it helps you pick up on a lot of trends. But when he got to the part about Westcott and Hort, yep, there's the quotation right there, as found in the current edition of Gail Riplinger's book. That's exactly how it is. That's that little screen capture there. The one underneath that is Joey Faust's book. That's from the PDF version, and I give the reference there, and you guys can download that with the link underneath. So he says very carefully, he quotes it very accurately, because most of what his book is from Google Books. He did a lot of searching of keywords like inspiration, our version, the Old English version, different things like this to be able to get his quotes. So he goes and copies and pastes from author Arthur Westcott, Life and Letters of Brooke Foss Westcott. This is from 1896. And he says, my dear Hort, ... I reject the word infallibility, of Holy Scripture overwhelming. And that makes no sense. My dear Hort, I reject the word infallibility of Holy Scripture overwhelming. Shouldn't it be overwhelmingly? And I was like, there's something going on here. And then that dash, that pesky little dash that he included, because I recognize that from different things that I've written, and I'm just like, parentheses, you want to de-emphasize what you are saying as kind of like an aside. But then if you have an aside that you think is necessary that you want to emphasize, you put long dashes on either side. So I was like, there's something before those ellipsis marks that is a statement that is whole by itself. And I'm just like, I want to know what that statement is, because this sentence makes no sense. So I went and I looked it up, and this was well before I actually made this page. And it turned out that it wasn't as cut and dry as I was led to believe. Thank you for scrolling down. Westcott says, let's see if I can find the spot. All right. All I hold is that the more I learn, the more I am convinced that fresh doubts come from my own ignorance, and that at present I find the presumption in favor of the absolute truth, because there's a lot of nuance to this. Absolute truth and infallibility are seen as two different things in these, deep theological debates that he would have been part of. And he sees the Bible as being of absolute truth, but he says in those dashes, I reject the word infallibility, long dash again. So this picks right back up before that first dash. And what he's saying is, let's see, and that at present I find the presumption in favor of absolute truth of Holy Scripture overwhelming. So he's like, it's overwhelming to me that the Bible is absolutely true. Infallibility, that part of it, as an Anglican, even at that point in time, and not necessarily of like a more conservative school like Bergen would be, then this would be more or less stereotypical of a Anglican bishop in his niche. He wasn't just like the only person that just rejected the Bible and stuff like this, and absolutely opposing the idea that the scripture was infallible, that it was inspired, or what have you. It's bringing that context in. It just changes the whole ball game from what you had with Ripplinger. It's just you feel when you find things like that, you feel like you've been lied to, but then you don't know how much misrepresentation there was, or if somebody just borrowed from somebody else's book. You're not sure how this error came in, but when they're represented to you that way, it's just really hard to get over that and be like, oh, well, all the rest of the quotations must be just fine. It's like, it's a fun deal.
Yeah, so I guess it's like a lot of us are sort of looking at Joe Biden at the moment, and we're sort of shaking our heads, going, surely they can get someone better than this. And um, when we look at him and his family, the dealings with Ukraine and things like that, oftentimes we can be tempted to say things about people like, say, Joe Biden, AOC, and the rest of the left, and we could say things about them that aren't really that true, but because we know there are things that are true, in a sense where we can just point, basically you can just point out the things that Joe Biden says nearly every day, and that's damnable enough for people to reject him and his policies and all the rest of it. But then if we were to turn around and say, he's the leader of a pedophile ring, or he's I mean, there can be conspiracy facts, but there's also conspiracy theories, which are conjectures. We're conjecturing, Hillary Clinton, certain things about her. We're conjecturing certain things about certain politicians, and I guess, in a sense, some people can look at Westcott and Hort and the actual things that are very questionable about them, and they can feel justified in just sort of throwing out other accusations about the resurrection, about infallibility, about their belief in eternal hell, or things like that, and without really documenting that. And so I guess that's what we're sort of seeing here with Ripplinger. But like you said, she could be just quoting some other book that came previously. There might have been someone else who has written something about this. Like, I know D.A. Waite earlier on, he was writing a lot of this stuff. And so maybe her and Rippling apparently were friends until
they were early on
a falling out. And so perhaps they had similar sources, or it might have come from some magazine or something that came out, and so they've just quoted it. And I guess in a way I've done that myself with my book on Revelation 16:5. I've found things on forums and I've quoted them, and I've tried the best that I could to get the actual source and everything, but I couldn't. So I've just put in what I had, and then 5 years later, there's triple the amount of information on the internet, and people are pulling me over the coals for copying and pasting from some website here and there. And I'm like, I was trying really hard at the time to get the actual source. But so what's a good example of someone in the Contras, like say James White or Dan Wallace or someone who's a critical text advocate, doing a similar thing? Do you have any examples, like off the top of your head, that you can speak about?
Yeah, the one that's on the page is pretty good. There was a lot of misunderstanding about a footnote that Gail Ripplinger had in her chapter about Westcott and Hort, the infamous footnote 128, where she talks about a Rosicrucian from London, who I believe was also crown coroner, so he could look into, like, he had the rights to access any files or anything that were on how somebody died, and he was a legit spiritualist. Is the nicest thing you could call him. He was like a really adept Rosicrucian, esoteric Freemason, all this kind of good stuff. And she mentions him in a footnote in her first edition. And she's like, she didn't say this at that point, but she's clarified it in newer editions. She's like, it's mildly interesting that W.W. Westcott was alive around the same time as Brooke Faust Westcott, and every once in a while somebody would comment on Brooke Faust Westcott's signature and say that his B looked sort of like a W because of his handwriting, and sometimes handwriting sloppiness like that can be indicative of a little bit of dishonesty. When people analyze handwriting, they if they see somebody who's writing a different like checks or forms or what have you, not necessarily their signature per se, but if their writing is sloppy, where a 5, oh, that might actually be a 9 or a 3, they're usually the ones that are most likely to be stealing money from the company. Maybe just because they're making weird numbers on checks, but I'm not sure. So anyways, with this signature with Brooke Faust Westcott, she was just like, it is interesting that they may have been, possibly, who knows, may have been the same person. And she makes a case for where nobody would have actually known who W.W. Westcott is. Her perception of him was basically, oh, this is like a pen name or a pseudonym or whatever for Brooke Faust Westcott, who is also on the side, kind of more secretly writing all of these really bizarre occult books and translating like Hebrew Kabbalah texts and different things like this. And that was just kind of an idea that she had, but she's like, and she's, like I said, clarified this in modern editions, where she's like, there is no connection between Brooke Faust Westcott and W.W. Westcott that impacts the text that I've written in the book. So things that are weird, that we are quoting somebody named Westcott, go check the footnote. It's dealing with Brooke Faust Westcott. We don't bring in W.W. Westcott at all. James White went and read the first edition, or at least as much of it as he cared to, responded very quickly, wrote a article that was called, I believe, Why Respond to Gail Riplinger. And he's just like, oh, I can't believe how irresponsible she is and all this stuff. And one of the big things that he raked her over the coals for was he's like, Gail says that Brooke Faust Westcott was a London spiritualist, and he was not a London spiritualist. He was an Anglican bishop. And what she's doing is she is conflating him with W.W. Westcott, whom she mentioned in a footnote. And when she went on the Action 60s program with the interview with the husband and wife there, and she started saying all these different things about Brooke Faust Westcott, she should have qualified all those statements by saying, oh, I am conflating a Rosicrucian with the same last name, William Wynne Westcott, with Brooke Faust Westcott, and this is how I'm arriving at these conclusions. He thought that she should have clarified that everything was a hypothesis on her part. The thing is that he misunderstood where she was coming from completely. And when she put on that word London spiritualist, she was referring only to one quotation by Westcott's son, where he talked about why his father left the Ghostly Guild. And that's in the section on our website called Commas Everywhere, where this quotation just has so many commas in it, you have to really follow it carefully to figure out what he's saying. But what he's saying is that his father, it wasn't the reason why he left the Ghostly Guild was not because he doubted spiritualism, but because he was thinking it was dangerous. So he left. Gail kind of squashes that quotation down and makes it sound like he did have faith in spiritualism, and basically cuts out the part about him thinking it was dangerous and puts it someplace else. So at this point, Gail looks at James White's response in Why Respond to Gail Riplinger, and she writes her book, Blind Guides, basically magazine sized, large format. And she responds with, I can't believe it. These are legally actionable lies. Him thinking that all of the references in my book to Brooke Faust Westcott, the text critic, are actually supposed to be references to William Wynne Westcott, the Rosicrucian, It's absolutely crazy that somebody that even that apparently went to college and can write and read can think that this was what I was doing. And she called them in the heading legally actionable lies. And I'm just like, I'm rereading James White's article and her quotation of it, and I'm just like, wait a second. He's not saying that William Wynne was the reason that she said anything in her book except one thing. When she called him a London spiritualist, he was like, oh, that's because she's conflating Brooke Foss and William Wynne together and calling Brooke Foss a spiritualist based on that, which wasn't why she was doing that at all. I don't know how quickly White read the book. Apparently it was fast. I'm not sure how fast Gail Ripplinger read his response to her book, but apparently it was fast also. And when you slow down and you look at both of these things, and I would love for somebody to show me that it's incorrect, because then I will update the website, because I may be misunderstanding it. But to me, it looks like that both of them are completely misunderstanding each other about this whole William Wynne thing. And I think it's a real shame that not only has Ripplinger and White never really gotten together and been like, you know, this is where you're right, this is where we're wrong, well, what about this and this? And there was absolutely no dialogue like you would do before a debate, so that you know that you are, or if you write a book responding to somebody else's book, am I representing you correctly or what have you? None of that. It was all just, you're crazy, conspiracy nut, and then somebody else, Gail Ripplinger, oh, you just you're not reading the book, you don't know anything about like occultism and how this plays in and stuff like this. And no correspondence. And not only did they not correspond, Gail's kind of just dropped out of the public light altogether, so that doesn't help matters at all. And what prompted me to actually go back and cover some of this stuff was the Textual Confidence Collective with Mark Ward. In their first video of their second season, I believe it was, where they're talking about what the Bible says about slander and such. And they mentioned Gail. And they said that Gail Ripplinger publicly stated that she didn't care whether or not the statements that she made in her book were factual. And I was just like, wow, I don't remember her ever publicly saying that. That would be awful. But I was just like, man, if she said that, that'd be incredible. So I would love to see that quote. So I got in the comments and I was like, I don't think she ever said that, but could you show me where she said that? Because that would just blow the lid on so much. And they were just like, okay, well, the Mark Ward responded to me and he's like, okay, we'll check. And they went and they checked. And apparently it was referring to something that David Cloud said in an article. And they had misremembered what he'd said. So they went back and they actually put in the description an apology for saying that. And what they should have said is that since she had researched all of this stuff, she should have known better than what she did and what she wrote down. And they gave a clear example of where she was very irresponsible. And that clear example was her conflation with William Wynne Westcott and Brooke Foss Westcott. And I was just like, actually, this is a real old one that I am very familiar with from way back when I went through the entire book of blind guides on YouTube. And it was just like, she actually had a response to that. And I'm going to go check that out. And I did and everything. And more recently, I've also contacted Ward again through the YouTube comments and been like, you know, before I start watching this video, just want to say that this part about William Wynne and stuff like that is not right. So I brought that to his attention. There's a screen capture on the page of what I said, what he responded, and what I responded back. And they were just like, yeah, we're going to look into that. And yeah, hopefully something good comes of it. And I think I'm glad that they kind of seem to think of me as less of a radical King James only person that's just going to fight tooth and nail for Gail Ripplinger, because I don't see that as my responsibility. My responsibility is to go and look at what is actually happening, what is actually going on, looking at the quotes, looking at them critically, and being like, okay, we've got problems in King James onlyism, and hey, there's problems also in the modern version stuff. So let's try to figure these things out. One of the biggest things that relates to this in my mind is that whole analogy with, like, you know, you have two political parties or what have you, and they're absolutely fine. There's an analogy of comparing them to a jar with ants inside, black ants and red ants, and they're just kind of happy and they're coexisting, and this happens in nature. But somebody comes along, grabs that jar and starts shaking it, sets it down. Those ants are going to think that the other color ant just caused that, and they're going to start ripping each other's limbs off. So who's the enemy? Is it the anti-King James people? They are the enemy. I've had people tell me that before. They are the enemy. And or is it, you know, is it the person that shook the jar who is the real enemy? So the reason why I'm like, we need to figure out what's going on both sides of this controversy, and why I added to the top of our page on Brookfoss Westcott, we've got to sort these things out, because there's a lot of possibilities, and I don't want to misrepresent anymore myself what Westcott and Hort believes, so I'm leaving a list on the top of this page of different accusations that have been brought against them. Homosexuality is one, pedophilia is another, occultism, Satan worship, all these different things are more exotic accusations that have been brought against them, which I would love to see any evidence for. And then there's the other ones which the Textual Confidence Collective has tried to deal with that are more, you know, benign and less interesting, but still significant. That I also want to go through the quotes by different King James authors and be like, let's see what they thought. Let's go on with the nuance of these different things, and let's sort these things out, because personally, right now, and we'll get to this a little bit later with George Vance Smith, I'm not really sure that Brookfoss Westcott and Fenton John Anthony Hort were the enemies that we are trained to think that they were. They did something that was not good, but I think that they are also kind of being made scapegoats, and that the actual occultism, pedophilia, all these different things, key words, are from a movement that was underlying the Bible revision movement at that time and still today. So.
And that's why your website is called the Bible Version Conspiracy, because you're looking at all different angles. And I think this is one of the things where a lot of people are afraid to think for themselves and have an original thought. And that's one of the things where I used to live with a guy who is a very intellectual guy. And we used to talk about the Bolsheviks and talk about the Federal Reserve System and talk about all sorts of different, you know, global conspiracies and things like that. But he would oftentimes, we'd come to a conclusion, then he'd turn it all back around and say, yeah, but what if they are just the scapegoats for this other group? And, you know, it would make me think outside of the box. And it was always fun to do that. And so I just want to just rewind a little bit here. So this is one of the quotes that you made on Mark Ward's YouTube. And so you were saying earlier in the conversation, it was said that Gail Riplinger publicly said she didn't care if her statements were true. And I thought it was quite ironic that here Peter Montoro was doing basically a basic sort of Bible study on slander, but then just brought up this quote and didn't really document it, just sort of, and then when the acid's put on it, it's like, oh, I think it's Dave Cloud over here, or I think it's this over there, or and then going back to something that you're familiar with, the B.B. Westcott footnote. So I thought that was quite ironic. It's almost like if you Googled irony, this should come up. You know, it was quite ironic.
Yeah,
but,
it was. And Mark Ward acknowledged that too. He's like, yeah, there's some irony associated with this.
And so obviously we believe that and you're mentioning this, that there is a satanic influence on the modern versions. You've mentioned that you're not sure if the Church of Satan or Satanists are involved with that, but but definitely, a demonic, satanic type of influence. So what about the influence of people like, say, Carlo Martini, the Jesuit who was on the Nestle Aland committee, and also people like George Van Smith, the Unitarian who worked with Westcott and Hort? What are your thoughts about these people and their influence on the text?
Okay. If you could give me 1 second,
Yep.
there's an alarm going off on my wife's tablet that is like a circus theme music, and I'm going to go kill that real quick.
No worries.
So,
Take your time.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, no rush. And so this is the website here, the Bible version conspiracy.com. So I'll throw that into the midst of our chat so people can have a look at that. And one thing I appreciate about Joseph, he has sort of like a direct line to Gail Ripplinger. Now, one of the things about Gail Ripplinger is, back in around about 2000, maybe 2005, people like James White, they became quite popular, and they were saying, look, don't listen to Gail Ripplinger. Her book is the worst book on the planet, etc. It's got the worst footnotes. And oftentimes I actually know more about Gail Ripplinger through what James White has said, and I know about Peter Ruckman through what James White has said. And I sort of got convicted a few years ago. I thought, actually, I don't know that much about Ruckman. I don't know that much about Ripplinger. Now, I know where I disagree with Ruckman on certain issues, but when it comes just to bibliology and just to this issue, I was like, well, actually, nearly everything I know about Ruckman is from James White. It's been filtered through him. And I'm just assuming that what he's saying is correct. And having dealt with James White personally, I know that he has said things about me that are completely unfounded, completely untrue, and many other people as well. And so you sort of left there going, well, who else is he lying about? you come to that sort of conclusion. And so I've often thought of, going through some of Ripplinger's books and going through it and go, okay, so what actually is right and what is wrong? And just going page by page and just sort of marking them off. But they are, 1,000 pages long. And so it's like, you almost need a team of people to go through this type of material. There's so much there. And I guess the thing is too, if you write 1,000-page book, like I wrote on Revelation 16:5, and I think it was like, it ended up being like a 200-page book. And in that, like Trudon fans just been going through it. Now, one thing that I do appreciate is he was checking all the footnotes and checking all the quotations. And there was a quotation that I thought was from Calvin. It's in Calvin's commentary, but it's actually from the guy who translated Calvin. And so I copied and pasted that, thinking, oh, here's a good thing that backs up my thing. Now, it doesn't change anything, but it was just another thing that I thought backed up my theory. But it's good to have people who go through that type of those footnotes and just double checking things. So I guess Gail hasn't really, had like people proofreading her material, double checking things, or maybe she's sort of disconnected herself from a lot of people. And so anyone who's got input and saying, look, this is a wrong quote or it's being misrepresented by the way that you've worded it, she's sort of shutting herself off from that because of a lot of the criticism that she's had. So
yeah, I would say that that's pretty much accurate. One of the things that actually brought her book so quickly, and why I think it had a lot of problems to start with especially, was because her pastor thought it was so important that it should just go out. So that kind of rushed things a lot. And there have been different things like typos, and I think there may have been maybe a few problems that have gotten fixed. But a lot of the time, what happens is the only people that are looking critically at these things are, critical text people for the most part. And when they do that, they're going after the textual stuff and being like, oh, this is wrong and this is wrong about the textual stuff. And then they'll bring in the quotations as well. Well, you already lost Gail at the textual stuff. So you've got these responses from people that are analyzing her book, and they're seen as attacks. So if she gets a message from somebody that's just like, Lucifer being translated as day star, you really go after that in this one section. Well, guess what? The King James translators in the margin of Revelation 12, or not Revelation, of Isaiah 12 or 14, sorry, 14:12. In that margin, they put that it is translated Lucifer, and then they say in the margin, or day star. Were they occultists too? To where they're making a connection between Lucifer and Christ being called the day star in the New Testament, and then they're translating it day star or morning star in modern translations. Oh my goodness, they're trying to make Lucifer into Christ. Well, what about the King James translators? Were they occultists or what have you, trying to say that it could be it's Lucifer, but it is further defined and technically accurate to be called day star? And she never even mentions that in her book. And if that criticism comes to her from somebody besides me, because I did bring this up to her and she gave me a fairly good response, if somebody that she wasn't familiar with, and somebody that wasn't, a King James person had brought that up to her, then I'd imagine that they just simply would not get a response. So, and the book would stay as is.
So you seem to have a direct hotline to Gail.
I email her fairly frequently, and we used to talk on the phone a lot back when I was doing the other YouTube channels.
Okay, well, that's really interesting.
If you want, I can give her your email after the thing, and you can contact her about any questions that you want. She responds mostly well to emails because of her health conditions. It's hard for her to be on the phone for long periods of time.
Yeah, and so I guess one of the things is with the whole movement in what would be labelled as King James only, which I've just been labelled with, and I've had you get the hat, people were like, well, you're King James only now. It's like, really, I'm one of those guys, okay?
Yep, the red KJVO hat. Yep.
Yeah.
Make translations great again.
Yeah. Make the Bible great again, and so you sort of have to wear the baggage, and so you have to find out about these people. People are like, well, you're like Stephen Anderson, or you're like Ruckman or Rippling or Gipp, and there's a whole string of people. So I guess the thing is, like one thing that I pointed out was a lot of people are very critical against the whole movement because of some of the things that people have said over the years, and that we might disagree with. But one thing that I notice is that some of the best people of the movement in the critical text side, like say if we were to get like Tommy Wasserman or Jan Kranz, or even people like Metzger and Black and these other guys, if we actually had like a one-time opportunity for someone to preach the gospel to our friends and family, and it was the only time they were ever going to hear the gospel, who would you get? Would you get Peter Ruckman to preach the sermon, or would you get Metzger to preach a sermon?
Funny you should mention that.
Yeah, it's interesting that the worst that we've got to wear the T-shirt, and you might even know who Ruckman is, but you've got a King James preferred thing, and you get the T-shirt that comes along with that. But he actually would still, even with all the problems that we can point out, would still preach the gospel. And these other guys, you wouldn't trust that they would bring across a good gospel message that someone would be convicted of their sins and become born again through. And so it's quite interesting that the lowest that people are pointing out to us and saying, well, you guys are associated with these by their false association fallacy. Well, the best that they've got, we wouldn't even trust them to preach the gospel in a lot of ways. And so, Metzger, Ayland, Carlo Martini, these guys. And so,
well, half the time they're adoptionists anyways. So they're just like, you can be just as much a Christ as Christ was. So it's like, that's kind of a Gnostic idea anyways. But there's actually a story associated with that if you'd like to hear it about Peter Ruckman.
Yeah.
So when Ruckman was at BJU, because that's where he got his doctorate and everything, he was trying to figure out what he was going to major in. And he was talking to one of his professors that was his person that would also help him coordinate his what would it be called? Just, basically what he was going to do for that, the educational term that he was there. And he said, don't major in Greek. And Ruckman's like, why? He did or did know Greek. He's dead now, but hi, Jin. These are my cats. So he's like, don't major in Greek. If you're going to be a pastor, or he was training to be an evangelist at that point, he said, don't major in Greek. And Ruckman's like, why? So his professor, I don't remember what his name was. I could probably dig it up fairly fast. But he was a Presbyterian, if I'm not mistaken, a Presbyterian from Princeton, I believe. Princeton Theological Seminary, I think. He said, years ago, Ruckman, I fell under the spell of that great Greek grammarian, A.T. Robertson. And after a while, I found that I couldn't read the Bible. Every time I opened my Greek New Testament, all I could see was Greek syntax. And he said, I tried witnessing to somebody, Ruckman. I've tried before. I just don't seem to be able to do it. I was in a field the other day with a farmer, and I was trying to show him out of my Greek New Testament that there was a hell. And the farmer looked at me and said, you know what your problem is, bud? You know too much. So he didn't major in Greek.
That's hilarious.
So anyways, you can find that story, I believe, in his why I use the authorized version. It's a tape that he did, and also in his autobiography called The Full Cup. I believe it's also in there.
Okay, yeah, interesting. And so so what do you personally believe about the King James Bible?
Well, to quote Sid Roth, it's supernatural. So, but honestly, one thing that I've held to fairly firmly until I see somebody else come in and be like, oh no, this is all crazy, is the first thing that shaped an opinion of the inspiration of the King James Bible is the defining what on earth we mean by inspiration. Because if you read the Bible and you look at the only two places that inspiration is used, the first time is in Job, and it says that the inspiration of the Almighty giveth them, being men, understanding. So God's Spirit gives us understanding. When you move over to Isaiah, it talks about a farmer knowing how to use this tool instead of this tool to get a job done. And it says this also comes down from the Lord of hosts, who is perfect in understanding and power, or something like this. And it's like, okay, so in that case, a farm tool is being used by inspiration, where God is giving knowledge to man. So I'm like, okay, if the King James translators simply just had knowledge to do what was right, and not necessarily, getting downloads and automatic writing and stuff like this, and oh wow, look, we have a King James, which I don't think happened at all. That is a very mechanical view of inspiration, which Westcott was actually fighting against, where he said that he denied the word infallibility. That was one concept that he was actually fighting against, was that automatic writing kind of idea of Scripture's inspiration. So with that whole idea of God just giving them understanding, I turn to Proverbs 8, and it starts talking about how you're going to have things turn out right. And it gives, I believe, like 5 different criteria in Proverbs 8. And I'm just like just in the first couple of verses, and I'm just like, wow, if the King James translators did this and this and this and this and this, by the time they were done, they'd have a perfect translation. Just if they just were able to obey this just as a basic idea. And from a historical perspective, in Joey Faust's book, The Word God Will Keep It, which is right here, and you can also download a PDF of it if you prefer reading it that way from our website, which is the buymeacoffee.com/Joseph Armstrong. It's linked up on the site, and that'll take you to where you can download a free PDF of it. And reading all these quotations back from about 1611, fewer of them in the 1600s, a little bit more in the 1700s, but then a lot in the 1800s. It's just like, wow, people have historically felt that their translation was just God's word in their language. And a lot of the time, if they were super ignorant, they just thought that the Bible had just always been that way, like it was good enough for Paul, it was good enough for me. And a lot of the time in this book, fairly educated people are like, that's basically what we believe, even though it's kind of a cliche, kind of, you kind of laugh at it or whatever. But, it's basically how Protestants feel. And, I think it was Briggs, possibly. No, I believe it was Thayer, who was on a heresy trial in I believe Presbyterianism, and they were just like, you're totally screwed up, and he's on trial, and they're like, we believe the Bible was infallible in the original manuscripts, because he's criticizing all these different things about the Bible. And he's just like, you can believe that all you want to, but that's not the history of your religion, basically, is what he said. This is a quotation from what Ruckman had actually dug up at one point. And Thayer was like, historically, you people have believed that your translation is inspired by God. All the way back, like into from what I could tell, he was referring into like the depths of what opposed Roman Catholicism in the Middle Ages. You stupid Protestants that have been around all this time, you've just always thought that your Bible was inspired or something like this. So I just kind of take that and I'm just like, wow, is there really something that evaporates when you translate the Bible? Is there something that the Holy Spirit, which gave the interpretation of tongues to the apostles and to Christians as a spiritual gift, not necessarily interpreting gibberish, but just being able to speak another language that you hadn't learned before, like it talks about in Acts 2. Even Paul, did he make the first translations? Did he write out his letter in multiple languages? He could have done that through the inspiration of God into different languages, and I don't think that the Greek one would have been any more special than the Gaelic translation of what he made. So as far as translations go, there's a lot to consider. There's even a whole chapter in Joey Faust's book, which is written by a textual critical guy. It's called Can Translations Be Infallible? Oh, who is that by? It's by Tregellus, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just find the place where it actually mentions his name. Yeah, Samuel P. Tregellus, 1813 to 1875, a British scholar and text critic. He produced a revised Greek New Testament, 1857 to 1879, that preceded the influence of Westcott and Hort's text, 1881. He assisted Tischendorf at the Vatican in transcribing Vaticanus B, one of the manuscripts used for that the new versions are based upon. He often scorned those who used such verses as 1 John 5:7 or Acts 8:37 to prove doctrine. It is obvious that he was no friend to the KJV only viewpoint. However, he actually argued that translations can be inspired. His lengthy quotes below are worth reading carefully, and that's from the chapter 12. Can translations be inspired? And his basic argument is if I remember correctly, it's been a while. He actually uses the exact phrasing that I just did. Is the quality of inspiration something that evaporates at translation? So there's just like a lot that goes into it as far as that goes. So that's one reason why I hold to that position until further notice. And another one is I am extremely well influenced by a a Free Will Baptist pastor in Missouri, Festus, Missouri, named Michael W. Hoggard. And he talks a lot about symbolism, and one of his what are they called? His magnum opus or whatever is his series that he's actually revamping now on what he calls the King James Code. And he goes through the Bible, looks at different numbers in the text that are mentioned, like 143 fish or whatever. And then he'll look at like chapter numbers. He'll look at how many different times a word like Christ or blood or what have you is in the Bible. And it just blows you away, a lot of the stuff that he finds. The codes associated with the number 6, the number 8, the number 7 was just like mind-blowing. How the Word of God and Christ just it's crazy. My favorite example to display this is the number 6 being the number of man. Joshua, the 6th book of the Old Testament, is 6 letters, and it's the first one named after a man, Joshua. You go to the New Testament, you see Romans, which is the 5th book, or the 6th book of the New Testament, and it also has 6 letters. And the number of the beast is also a number of a man in Revelation. And you go to Romans, chapter 6, and you look at verse 6, and you look at the 6th word, and it's the word man. And guess what? That is the 6th time that the word man is the 6th word in Romans. So there's 5 other verses before that have man being the 6th word of the verse, and that's the 6th time in Romans 6, verse 6. So things like that is just like, well, that's interesting. And that wasn't even pointed out to me by Mike Hoggard. That was actually something that I think the first time I ever heard that was from Bill Grady. And it was just like, wow, that's kind of crazy how that works out. And then all these different things start aligning with like Bible prophecy and stuff like this. And I'm just like, okay, from what I've seen of the King James Code stuff, and Brandon Peterson also with his book Sealed by the King, and he gives a lot of screen captures and stuff. From what I can see, it's exceeded coincidence by many, many miles. So in my mind at this point, there are basically 2 possibilities, and we'll probably get to this later on. Either, first off, there was a crazy metaphysical inspiration of Rosicrucian wisdom that probably came through Francis Bacon or what have you, and influenced the King James text, and basically worked all of these crazy things in there through a power that was not Francis Bacon's own, something that would have been working through him. Either it's that, or there's something else that's coming in from outside, and that would be the Spirit of God. So in my mind, those are the only 2 possibilities regarding this King James Code stuff that I have seen so far. And I would highly recommend anybody check that out. We have some different videos on a playlist on our YouTube channel called the KJV Code. And there's some videos in there by Mike Hoggard and by Brandon Peterson that are just like, I don't agree with everything that they say, obviously. But you look at these things and you look at them like with an open mind, you're just like, this is pretty incredible. And I'm pretty sure there's no other book out there that does anything like this. And yeah, you screw up one thing, I'm content with leaving the King James just like it is at this point. So anyways.
Yeah. And just rewinding back to when you said about the inspiration of a word when it goes from one language to another. Most of the time when we look at, say, John chapter 1, verse 1, in the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. If you look at how that's translated into most languages, it's pretty much verbatim, in a sense, just straight directly into the next language. And I usually ask people, so when does it get to the stage where there's an error? Like if I was to say to someone reading a Spanish Bible, where's the difference between that Spanish Bible and like the King James? Or where's the difference between the Greek text and the King James? Where's the difference between the Russian text and the King? And most people would say, well, in that verse, it's the same. It's like, okay, what about the next verse? And it's very similar. So that would be the same. And so it would take a while before you got to somewhere where it's different. And the thing is, usually it's different because of the audience. The audience is fluent in Russian or Spanish, and so oftentimes they just have to have things worded in a different way. Like in the Greek, in John 1:1, the word was God. If you were to translate that, yeah, literally, it's that God was the word. That's the order of the words. But because Greek is in an inflected language, the way that we put it in English is exactly how you would translate it. So some people might see that things are translated in a different way. Like I had some friends who were translating for the EU. And so they were translating everything that the EU did into Luxembourgish. And I asked them, I said, so do you lose anything in translation? So they're doing economic translations. They're doing translations, thick books about nuclear weapons, about warfare, about borders, about immigration. And I said, do you lose anything in translation? And they both looked at me, this couple, and they said, no, we're fluent in Luxembourgish, we're fluent in English and German, and we can translate it every word over. So it's understandable. And oftentimes
they're also related, those languages, and English and Greek are so far apart.
Yeah. And so oftentimes you'll get you buy a set of headphones or something, and you'll get this big, massive sheet, and it's in Arabic, it's in French, it's in Spanish, and just like the details, like you might buy a blender or something like that, and it's got all these warnings, and they're all in these different languages, but they all would have to say the same thing for an insurance company. If you open that up in an Arab-speaking land and you got electrocuted, you would be able to bring that to court and say, well, it actually says here that I could do this, or I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't put a knife in my toaster or whatever.
Yeah.
And so it's
not a good time to use Google Translate. Nope.
What's that?
Not a good time to use Google Translate.
Yeah.
That gets bad.
Mm.
But anyways.
Yeah, so I guess in a way I'm just sort of saying that with, like you were saying, with inspiration, with words, there can be something that's translated accurately is equivalent. It is the same thing. And so
sorry.
Yeah, I'll just go through some of these comments here. So we got Jordan Fan.
Sure.
So he said for the shout out.
Okay. One thing that I wanted to add, actually, that just came to my mind about that translation thing of things being equivalent in different languages, the Hebrew roots movement, where they're like, you have to call him Yahuwah or Yahahuah or what have you. And it's like there's no room for, Jesus is just the English way of saying, and Jesus is the same way of saying it in Mexico or Spain. And it's just like, it's the same thing, just in a different language. Try to understand this. And this is actually something that comes from very early on in church history with a branch of, I believe it was Gnosticism, that was coming into the church and actually teaching these kind of things. Ken Johnson's book called the ancient origins of the Hebrew roots movement. That's in our library. You can find a link for that, or buy it on Amazon, print on demand. And it actually goes into some detail about how the Hebrew roots was actually a Gnostic movement that was in the early church in the first couple of centuries, and the people that were trying to teach this idea that you had to, you have to do it the Hebrew pronunciation, and they're just trying to really stick to this kind of stuff, were considered to be heretics and were actually cast out of the early church. So just an interesting note there. And then you kind of think about that with, the Greek stuff. It has to be the Greek because that's, it's like, well, maybe it doesn't. Maybe translation is the thing that takes the stone off the well so you can live and drink. And you don't have to just sit there licking the rock, trying to get some minerals out of it or whatever. So anyways.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I've put on the front of my website. And I might actually even just read it, because it's probably better that I just read exactly what it says rather than me trying to paraphrase it and butcher it. But is that people can go, like a Latin reading, like say the Comia Hanium, 95% of the Latin manuscripts have the Communianium in it.
Hmm.
And so, yes, it has sort of dropped out of the Greek to a large percentage,
Mm-hmm.
but 95% of the Latin, that's a huge majority. And I've written here, modern textual criticism is focused on a narrowing of the field to a few corrupted and rejected manuscripts, sidestepping the huge amount of Greek and Latin manuscripts and the early church witnesses as unimportant, only to be used when they can be referenced to try and give some support to the Vaticanus primacy corruption. It is really an anachronism fallacy or false definition to speak of Erasmus, Stephanus, and Beza to be doing textual criticism, since their value were in general opposite to those of Griesbach, to Hort, to Metzger, to Wallace confusions. They based themselves mostly upon the Greek and Latin manuscripts and the early church witnesses with some faith-consistent logical, grammatical type of internal evidence considerations. This is essentially the opposite of textual criticism as used today, which has a biased presupposition towards Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. So I specifically talk about the Greek and Latin and the early church witnesses, because this seems to be the three pillars that Erasmus looked at, and Stephanus. Lots of people were looking also at Latin documents. They were looking at early church writers' quotations of things and going, well, if someone's quoted it in the 2nd century, well, it had to be around then. They've quoted from somewhere. And so I think sometimes, especially with the majority text movement, they can be just so focused on the Greek only that they're actually limiting themselves, where Latin, it's not as if there was a Great Wall of China between Greece and Italy, that they were intermingling, they were talking to each other. And so
it's still very divided as well. Probably a lot of arguments.
Yeah. But to have a reading in a Latin text, it doesn't seem so far-fetched that something that's strong in Latin could be a genuine witness to an earlier Greek manuscript, and it's been translated there. So that's just one of the things that I usually bring up.
Yeah,
but
true.
I'll just quickly go through some of these readings, some of these quotes. So we've got a guy asking why you look so Jewish. I'm not really sure about that. You're not wearing a kippah or anything.
Did I lose you? Yeah, I did. Jinjin,
Maybe.
You gotta leave.
Maybe, yeah. So on Truden Fan says, on this channel, Tregellis is Tregiggles. So I guess that's Truden Fan's joke there, which I didn't hear a huge uproarious laughter from anyone. So you'll have to work on your sense of humor there, Truden Fan. No, I'm just stirring you up. So Truden Fan says he's here to listen to Nick and his guest. Jimmy Coates says the Van Cleets used the term derivative inspiration to apply to the King James Version.
That's great.
Shifted Sands says it makes sense. Hebrew roots constantly affirms.
Yeah, you're not allowed up here anymore, Kat.
That is hidden in Hebrew writings. Of course, there are wonderful things of God, but not things that contradict the scriptures. And there is Terry O'Neill says he's new to the channel and he feels like he's learned a lot watching Mark Ward's review as well. Excited to discover Revolution and now to check out Joseph's content too. And he said he was reading the NIV until a couple of years ago, and he's been listening to TR advocate Jeff Riddle recently. And so, yeah, Jeff's got a lot of very interesting things to say. And so I just thought I'd catch up with some of the comments there. So do you think that Francis Bacon had anything to do with the King James and the readings of the King James? Are you able to hear me there, Joseph?
There. I think I can hear you now.
Okay.
Sorry, my cat knocked over my microphone and completely lost you there for a minute.
No, that's cool. We can hear you nice and clear.
I can barely
so,
hear you.
I've heard a lot of people say that Francis Bacon was part of the like inspired, or not inspired, but what influenced the King James version. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay. Can you say one thing just so I can see if I can hear you?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, maybe you can hear me now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Jinjin is now banned from the desk. Ay.
Okay.
If worse comes to worse, I've got an adapter out in my car that I might be able to use for this. So, you
Yeah.
asked about Francis Bacon, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And did Francis Bacon have any influence on the King James version? That's a usual conspiracy theory that I hear brought up quite often.
Mm-hmm. I personally don't think so. There's a series on our YouTube channel by a researcher named Barbara Aho. Some people may be familiar with her, possibly. AHO is how her last name is spelled. And she did a lot of research into the connections between Francis Bacon and the King James Bible and King James himself. And she feels that that first of all, the evidence for him actually being a part of it is very, very little. She, if I remember correctly, traces it back to a Rosicrucian author or Rosicrucian. No, you don't. No, you don't. You are gone, and pretty soon you're going to go out in the snow on your fuzzy little head because you're not knocking over Daddy's microphone no more. Let's see. So the William Smedley, I believe his name was, that first brought forward the idea that Francis Bacon would have been the man that they would have to bring into the King James translation, because he didn't feel that the King James translators were qualified enough to be able to produce the masterpiece that they did. So they're like, nope, they had to bring in a Francis Bacon, who was the most prolific person at that point as far as things go, and obviously a Rosicrucian, more than likely from what Barbara Aho brought forward, a sodomite. I'm not going to say too much about him because I need to check those quotations as well, just like with the Westcott and Hort stuff. But what she brought forward was that more than likely he was a homosexual, very anti-marriage, very anti-family, felt that a man that had children didn't have any more opportunity to contribute to society, and that the people that did contribute to society were people that didn't have kids, different things like this. So, but so her main argument is that his how he was incompatible with King James, and that King James actually did a lot to fight against Rosicrucianism. And she goes into a very long history of that, and I can see why they would actually hate King James even to this day. Smedley's idea of even bringing Francis Bacon into this to begin with was, like I said, because the translation was produced on a level that he didn't feel the King James translators were qualified for. And he said, from what I remember of the quotation, this is a paraphrase, but he's like, either they brought Francis Bacon in to make this a good translation, which it is, or they were guided by God somehow, which is absolutely unthinkable. And I was just like, well, that's interesting then, isn't it? And just to give a little bit of an update, I haven't talked to Barbara Aho in a long time. I reached out to her via email a couple of times a few years ago, and she hasn't responded back to me. I'm assuming it's because she hasn't resolved her doubts about it yet. But I was listening to this recording only a few years ago, and they made it well before that. So I reach out to her going like, wow, I listened to this audio that you made with Kelly McGinley, I think her name was. And, it was really good, and I wanted to know a little bit more information about some things. And she's like, actually, she wrote back to me, and she's like, actually, at this point in time, I'm starting to doubt whether or not Rosicrucians were actually involved with the King James translation. And she's like, I haven't figured it out yet, but I will get back to you when I get the whole thing ready. She actually originally didn't want me putting the last part of the discussion that she had with Kelly McGinley. There was 4 in this series, and she didn't want me to put out the last one because she's like, I don't know that my statements in that were factual, because I was very against the idea of Rosicrucians being involved. But she's like, after a while, I was like, do you have this ready? Are you going to be able to make this audio so that I can put that on instead of part 4? And she's like, just do part 4, because it's going to be a while before I actually settle this. But I think, personally, I haven't asked her this yet, but I think that the reason why she's having these doubts as to whether or not Rosicrucians were actually involved in the King James translation is because of things like the King James Code. Because she is a very strictly non-King James only person. She doesn't believe there's anything supernatural about the King James Bible. She feels that the only supernatural stuff is related to the Textus Receptus, and the Textus Receptus is the actual Word of God, and that the King James Bible is just, translated from it, and it's a good translation that we use in Christianity. So when she starts seeing things like the King James Code, which was partially brought to her attention at the end of part 4, when she starts seeing crazy things like that, the only thing that she can think, if she's going to stay within the confines of a TR perspective, then she's going to have to think, okay, there is some kind of metaphysical influence that bears with the supernatural conspiracy that I research on this side, and it doesn't have to do with inspiration, because obviously the King James Bible isn't inspired. So that kind of brings in her doubts in my mind. I really want to reach out to her now and see where she's at with that. But it has been, like I said, it's been a couple of years. And I really hope that she has something, put together for that, because I'm definitely curious.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And so with your King James position, how does that differ with other people, like in the Textus Receptus only camp, the King James only camp? Say like myself, I'm not Reformed, but I listen to like Jeff Riddle and a bunch of other guys, and they're sort of Calvinists, but they've got the Westminster Confession of Faith that they would gravitate to, like a confessional bibliology type of thing. Some people go with the Textus Receptus. My view is that the King James is like the final Textus Receptus. So the underlying text of that would be akin to the original sort of thing, which is quite nuanced. And I know Hills sort of believed that, but he seemed to think that was Scribner's text. But so where would you stand with all this, and how would your position differ, say, from any other people like in the King James only movement, like Will Kinney or Ruckman or Ripplinger, or myself or Jeff Riddle and D.A. Waite, and where do you position yourself?
Okay. Well, I wouldn't necessarily be able to say that there is a Textus Receptus that I would subscribe to 100%. I think if I understood him correctly, Van Cleek, who was on a week or so ago, a couple weeks ago, he actually had a Textus Receptus text that he was willing to commit to, correct? That one right there?
Yeah.
Okay. To my knowledge, and especially with D.A. Waite, who also, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, committed to a Textus Receptus, was mostly because it was very much aligned with the King James Bible, and that the main reason that they felt that it was the Word of God was just simply because it is scholarly consistent, and the accepted way of determining Scripture to just have Greek. So it is the like what D.A. Waite would say all the time: "Passagraphe theopneustos, passagraphe theopneustos." These are the words that God said, which are in Greek. So therefore, they are inspired. And when you have a King James Bible, that is God's word as well. But then he also kind of used the King James Bible to define which Textus Receptus he went with. So, at least from what I perceive. So it's like, I'm not really sure that one that you just hold up is, exactly with the King James Bible. I don't know that it necessarily has to be, because, there's just different spots where it's just like, this is a very nuanced thing here, and it's just, it doesn't either really affect the text or what have you. I would assume that they are all God's word to a degree or so. Right now, I'm more committed to the King James Bible translation itself, not necessarily a Greek text. I know Gale is not committed either to a specific Greek text. I'm pretty sure Ruckman was very critical of D.A. Waite for, I think it was D.A. Waite and other Textus Receptus type people for trying to commit to a Textus Receptus when there are so many different editions of that. So I would kind of side with them on the Textus Receptus end of things. I would say that the Textus Receptus is a lot better than the critical text, for sure, as far as things go. There are some spots where I'm just like, I think the jury is still out on some things, like 1 John 5:7, the historical example, the just like, the absolute ultimate example of all of this stuff. There's a lot of evidence for it, against it. It's got such a convoluted and interesting history, and it's just like, well, for right now, to me, it looks like the furthest back that it goes is possibly to the autographs. The author of KJVtoday.com actually thought that it was part of the autographs that was scrubbed from the original autograph, and then that corruption just kind of went forward, and now it is in the King James Bible, and it seems more like along the lines of Peter Van Cleek. What does the Bible say? What does it actually say about a text? And it's like, well, it seems like, Proverbs, my son, if you will receive my word. So, okay, we have a received word there, received words. And it's like, okay, so that would be like the Bible, and it's being received, and this person actually has it, like Van Cleek always talked about with, the Bible that's in your hands and such. So to me, the Textus Receptus looks more like we are trying to define the received text that Christianity has always had. And then there's all these little differences. And then there's a completely another stream, which is just like, this is the text that is being received by people that are alive, and you don't have to go into their tombs to find it or what have you. And it just kind of goes back. And I'm okay with the idea that line doesn't necessarily line up with the King James Bible all the time. That's something that I've kind of come to terms with, but then it's also very hard to determine. I'm not committed to the King James Bible to the point where I'm just like, okay, there has to be a complete line of succession going all the way back to the original manuscripts that reads exactly like the King James Bible does. I'm not committed to it at that level, but I wouldn't necessarily be surprised to find out that is the case. With how few documents have actually come down to us from history of Bible manuscripts, it's still an argument from silence. But, we're not necessarily supposed to be looking for the word like Christ. We're not supposed to be looking for the word underground in a casket, wrapped up in cloth or what have you. It's a living, breathing word that is creating life. Like, people have all died, and people that are alive right now are creating more life via children. The Bible is alive now, and there are a lot of dead Bibles that are being looked at by Bible coroners, or Bible what's the term for somebody that comes up and picks up dead bodies? Undertakers or what have you. Or, all these people that are looking at the cadavers of different Bibles from thousands of years ago, then okay. But those aren't reproducing. They're not making more Christians. We're just kind of cloning them and trying to stitch them together to make a Frankenstein of some kind now. Okay, but there's still Bibles that are, reproducing and making a new life, being like even the NIV is an example of a Bible that people are getting saved from. And I know as King James Bible believers, we want to deny that all the time. And oh, well, they're worse Christians than us. It's like, do you have any idea how rotten a King James Bible believer can be and how good a NIV user can be? There's a broad spectrum, and I don't think that we consistently can pretend that all NIV users are just, blasphemous rebels against God and they're all destroying the church and stuff like this. Oh, but if you're King James only, we put you up on this pedestal and we believe everything you say and stuff. Anyways, it's a whole big thing, and I'm still sorting through a lot of it, and I'm glad to take anybody's input.
Oh, that's really, really interesting. And so just on what you're saying there about the Bibles that never really got translated or recopied or anything like that, what's your view on Vaticanus and Sinaiticus?
Okay. I would kind of tie them into the Bible with the two false witnesses kind of idea. Vaticanus and Sinaiticus give a lot of wiggle room for text critics where they can just overanalyze things until the cows come home and they just have so much to work through and stuff like this. I love David Daniels' stuff where he talks about the dates of those manuscripts and about how their age, as we perceive their age, has evolved over time. Vaticanus, especially with what was it Daniels called it, the contribution of Hug. There was this guy that wrote a pamphlet that just shoved the actual date of Vaticanus way back into history to where it seemed valuable now. The same thing with Sinaiticus. When it first came out, it was just accepted as a really old manuscript akin to Vaticanus, and just swept in as a new discovery of science and stuff, which science was just such a big thing at that point that was fairly new, and people didn't really know how to treat it. So they're just like, oh, science, everything. And well, we could go into that, but we're not going to go into that right now. But the way that I would see Vaticanus right now is a text that has that Roman Catholicism has tried to shove on Christianity this whole time, but they haven't had a reason to do it or a justification for it until Protestantism, like it said, and I think Joey Foss quotes this, saws off the branch on where it sits and just admits that the Roman Catholic Church was right the whole time about even the text of the Bible, which is what they're supposed to be, which Protestants are supposed to be basing their faith on. So, oh, look, you even have to turn back to Roman Catholicism for your Bible now. Mm-hmm. And then you have to go back to the other half of Catholicism, which is your Eastern Orthodoxy for your Sinaiticus. So you have these two manuscripts coming together, and you're just like, wow, we've got the perfect storm here. We've got the Vaticanus coming from the Roman Catholic tradition. You've got the Eastern Orthodox, whether it be Greek or Russian or what have you, coming in with Sinaiticus, and then you have it yielding a Protestant translation in the Revised Version, and now countless versions across the world that are based on the critical text. So kind of suspicious how that all turned out so well. And I love David Daniels' stuff. Ward loves to call him a legit wild-eyed conspiracy theorist. But when he goes and he analyzes the history of Sinaiticus and where it came from and everything, he's written 2 books on it. The first one is The World's Oldest Bible of Fake. And then the second one is called Who Faked Sinaiticus, I believe. Or Who Faked the World's Oldest Bible or something like this. And he really digs deep on the history. And it seems to me at this point that Constantine Simonides, I believe it was his uncle, either his uncle or his grandfather, actually employed him to make a rough draft of the New Testament, aligning with certain manuscripts that were in his relative's possession, and it was made that way on purpose, but it was still a draft. And then it just kind of got put aside. It got found by Tischendorf. Tischendorf acted like it was committed to the flames, and he acted like he found these pages in a cloth that a priest presented to him. So he found it at different times, different pieces of it and stuff. And then it's just kind of brought upon the world as, oh, this is the oldest Bible now. And, you know, people are today taking their hats off when Sinaiticus goes by into the British Library or whatever after it's been on tour or what have you. And it seems to me like, from David Daniels' research and from a lot of the things that Chris Pinto has brought up, his debate is fascinating with James White. It seems to me like Sinaiticus, there is a huge possibility that it is actually an 18th century document. And that is a mind-blowing concept, because then if that is true, everything rushes back to a singularity, and it's back to the drawing board for textual criticism, pretty much. Because, you know, we've basically believed that this thing is so old, and all we need to do is chemically test, not the parchment. We need to test the ink, because a lot of different forgeries are brought to light when you have things that are introduced, like Persian blue, that is more of a modern invention, or if you have something in it like titanium dioxide in the ink. You can have old parchment from whenever you want it. You can write in a style that looks just like they did back in the 4th century or whatever century you like. You can write it how you want. You can make the pages look older. You can get an old piece of parchment out of your closet, like some famous forgers did, like for the Voynich manuscript, the really weird one that nobody's been able to decode, that's been featured on, you know, different documentaries so many different times. Ooh, wow, big mystery. Well, guess what? They used modern ink. It's not an ancient manuscript. And what I really want to see is, I want to see that ink tested on Sinaiticus and see exactly what's what. Because if that ink has some modern qualities, depending on which ink you test, because you can break it down to the different layers. If you have somebody writing over top of something or something like that, get a real chemical analysis of Sinaiticus, one that's unbiased and one that's not going to be like, you know, I'll give you, you know, $3 million if you just kind of, you know, sweep this under the rug or whatever. Like, okay, boss, you know, getting all that nonsense out of the way. I would love to see that ink tested, and I would love to know the chemical date, not the, what is it? The paleographical date, I guess, of it, just based on how it looks, you know, because you can date something by how it looks as till the cows come home and you still don't know how old it is. So I'm looking forward to that being tested, and apparently that was a thing, and they were going to chemically test the ink, and they didn't do it. And David Daniels found the letter that canceled the project, and he was going to show it on the next video that he did in a series he called The Big Con, where he was going to read the letter that canceled that chemical test. And as far as I'm aware, even today, I have bugged him on it many times to get that last part up there on YouTube so we could watch it and stuff. As far as I'm aware, to this day, he's been so busy, he has not put that last part of the Big Con series up on YouTube. And we don't know I don't know what that letter said. I would love to know what that letter said.
That's some anticipation there. Yeah. And so it's quite interesting that, you know, when we have faith in something, like we have faith in the Word of God, or we put our faith in Christ. And so people put their faith in scholarship to tell them the date of these manuscripts. And we're labeled conspiracy theorists just because we're questioning that. That's what science is. Science questions things, like we see evolution. some people say, well, this bone is, 4 million years old. And we go, well, let's test that. Let's think about that. And we call conspiracy theorists and, young earth creationists, just because we want things tested properly. We want to accurately look at things. And so I don't think it's really even in the realms of conspiracy theory to want things tested, especially with, like you were saying, things like Prussian blue appearing in that document, Archaic Mark, that in 2013, there was a document that the aliens used to hail as a Byzantine text that was like, it had a lot of Vaticanus readings in it. And so they tested this and they found that it had modern Prussian blue ink in it, and it was proven to be a forgery. And so obviously the aliens are right up there with some of the main people in textual criticism. And if they can be duped over this manuscript, what's to say that people aren't duped with Sinaiticus or with Vaticanus and with a lot of these manuscripts that are coming through, and people are saying, well, it's, 3rd century, well, it's, 5th century. How do we know exactly? And we have technology today that can get us in a better ballpark figure of the date of these things. We can test, like you're saying, test the inks. We can test the manuscripts, but sometimes they can be old manuscripts that they're written on. But I think that's something that really needs to be done. And it seems to be that the critical text side is not, they're not the ones crying out for chemical testing. They don't want that. So to me, it's like, well, why wouldn't you want to clear this up and say, yes, we're so confident in our text that if you test it, you'll find out that it's 350 AD. But they're not pushing for that. And it's interesting that you talk about David Daniels and that letter, because I know Stephen Avery, he's involved with this quite a fair bit. And he said the same thing, that there was a group that were designated to go and date Sinaiticus, and they basically got right up to the point where they were going to do it, and then they were told that they couldn't do it. And so they pulled out of that project. And so it's quite interesting, like, why did that happen? What's going on here? And is there just too much at stake? Because I know Sinaiticus is sitting in the British Museum opposite the Beatles' White Album, as Dan Wallace likes to say. And as David Cloud has said, when he visited the manuscript, he said he was looking at the manuscript and a whole busload of people walked over, and he asked the guide and said, oh, who are these people? And he said, well, they're from the Jehovah's Witnesses. And so the Jehovah's Witnesses revere this document that backs up their religion and backs up their Bible. And it's quite incredible, the influence that this one thing has on society. And why wouldn't they test it? Why is it just another thing like evolution? Oh, it's, the Earth's, 13.8 billion years old or whatever. And it's like, you go to test things and people fight against it. Are we going to find that this is like a Piltdown man hoax that we're going to look back on in 50 years and just all laugh about? But by then, there's so much damage that's happened. So we want things tested. We want scientists, true scientists, to get involved, not the art of paleography where people go, well, it looks like it's a 4th century document. I mean, there's been so many forgeries over the years. And it's not like this doesn't have a story behind it either. Simonides came out and said, I did it. And so we really need to examine these things. I feel we really need to look at these things and come to better conclusions.
Mm-hmm. Maybe there's just two things that I want to hit real quick with those. It was a big question in my mind why exactly a text produced by a Greek Orthodox person would be so critical, like, critical text based. Wouldn't it be more Byzantine? Apparently, if the story holds true and everything, what David Daniels has found is that actually Simonides' grandfather, uncle, I forget, was actually a very big proponent of the critical text. He was seen as a liberal by the people in their community, and that he would have been like the ideal person at that point in history to actually want to produce a text that would be more leaning toward the criticisms from Germany at that point, and just trying to bring in that kind of stuff into Greek Orthodoxy. So that was a very interesting tidbit there that kind of made some connections. And the other thing, actually, along the lines of forgeries, and cults. You mentioned the Jehovah's Witnesses, which I think were founded by the Illuminati, but that's another sidebar with Fritz Springmeier. The Mormon Church, which was built on possibly a rogue Freemason, Joseph Smith. I'm not sure exactly what he was doing, but there's so much in there that's just insane. We can talk about at some point. Out there in Salt Lake City. But anyhow, there was a manuscript that was apparently found by this guy that was apparently by Joseph Smith, that said that the angel Moroni that he talked to was a salamander. And a salamander being a fire spirit, not an angel. So this guy goes to the Church of Latter-day Saints, to their prophet at the time, and he's just like, I've got this manuscript, and it's kind of embarrassing, but in it, Joseph Smith says that he talked to a salamander. That would kind of paint the picture that he's like this really bad Rosicrucian kind of, ceremonial magician kind of guy, which I know that you guys are so, great whitewashed Republican Christians, stuff like this. I wouldn't want a rumor like that to get started. I'll sell you the document for, $3 billion or what have you. And you can have it, you can dispose with it as you will. And apparently the prophet, who is supposed to be infallible and know the hearts of men and everything like this, he bought it. And the forger made off with the money. And later on they found out that it was a forgery. And apparently they couldn't find the guy. So it's just like, anyways.
Yeah, I mean, art forgeries happen all the time. There's a whole group of scientists who go through artwork, and there's 200 editions of the Mona Lisa, and they go through and they're checking these, because there are some of them that are done by Da Vinci, because he was doing side projects, and he did Mona Lisa's sister, and so there's a whole bunch of things that could be genuine, and so they have to have people who are involved in the sciences to test these things, not just, Peter Gurry said this, or Tommy Wasserman thinks that it's got to be a little bit more precise, in my view. So I've just got a few more questions here. Okay, so one thing that I was going to ask a while back. So you mentioned about Francis Bacon. So what about the claim that King James was a homosexual or even a pedophile? So what are your thoughts about this? And is this a slander? Like the Textual Confidence Collective are coming out and saying Westcott and Hort have been slandered. Can they prove this?
One of the main things about King James being accused of those different things, like Sam Gipp has pointed out, they primarily originated with somebody that hated King James's guts, and he didn't dare talk about it until after King James was dead. And by that time, the nation had shifted back into Roman Catholicism, so he could basically say whatever he wanted. So, I forget the guy's name. It'll come to me probably. But that's basically where the accusation started. There's nothing at the time that was written about King James, and there were a lot of different people that were critical of English monarchs all throughout the whole time. So it's not like you couldn't criticize the king and not get your head chopped off, So they were free to say whatever they needed to about King James, but King James was actually seen as an island in the midst of corruption for the British monarchy. That he was, the best person, the greatest Christian, the most well-learned, where so many people in British royalty were so corrupt and so illiterate and everything like this. He was very well educated, very godly, You can look at a lot of his writings still today, like the Basilican Doran, which I believe he wrote to his son. It's called The Kingly Gift, I think is the actual translation of that title from Latin. And then there's also his Demonology, which we're looking forward to getting into that at some point in our co-conspirator group that we have for the channel. And the hope is that we're going to be able to go through the entire Demonology and see what exactly he thought about witches and fairies and all these other different things. And that's going to be very fascinating. A couple of the things that he actually condemned, and I believe it was a Basilican Doran, is actually homosexuality or buggery or whatever they would call it at that point. And he said that that was one of several sins that his son, when he became king, was not to tolerate. One of them was sodomy. If he was a homosexual, it was so clandestine that I don't think anybody really could have known about it. And if he was that clandestine, it would be very concerning, because the Stuart line of the kingly line there in Britain is actually very closely associated with the Illuminati and Rosicrucianism and stuff like this. And that's led a lot of people to think that he would have actually been okay with Francis Bacon and they would have been on the same page. Barbara Aho, however, sees King James as somebody that stood apart from that and was part of a godly, was part of, the godly line, despite of his lineage. I think there's also some questions about his wife as well, whether or not she was involved in these kind of shady stuff or whatever. But as far as I am aware, there's no evidence that really holds water to the accusation that he was a sodomite or what have you. And as far as I'm aware, the pedophile part of the accusations is, as far as I'm aware, there's no evidence that's ever cited for that, and it's just kind of said. Same thing has been said of Brooke Foss Westcott, that they were homosexuals and pedophiles. That's been said by King James people that I've heard. And the same thing for King James from the other people. So in other words, you don't like somebody, call them a homosexual and a pedophile. And forget about all the arguments and anything they ever said throughout their entire lives. That's just kind of the name of the game when you just want to write somebody off and, stay comfortable where you are, which is not something that I'm about. But I think that pretty much answers the question.
Yeah, absolutely. A really good answer. I'm enjoying our discussion here. A lot of people are saying that they're really enjoying it. We've got about 20 people watching, which is quite a lot. And so maybe you can give your website and channel a bit of a plug before we get into any more questions. So I'll just throw your website here. So you've got some merch, you got cups, you've got T-shirts. You're right into it. Look at this. Want to wear a 1 John 5:7 T-shirt? There you go. Even is that one for a baby?
Yep. You can even, as far as I'm aware, you can also get little T-shirts on. Spreadshirt is so awesome. You can get them on puppy dogs, like a little stuffed puppy dog, stuffed bear, stuffed rabbit. I think they might still have the rabbit and the panda bear available. And I think there's also a monkey option. So there's just you can get whatever on whatever you want. You can get them on aprons, for crying out loud. Phone cases.
I might get one for my monkey.
So, and also at the bottom of that page, there's a little thing about, I would love to hear your guys' input. If you guys are like, hey, this would be, I've been thinking about this and I'd love to wear this and I think it'd be a great idea, shoot me an email, BibleVersionConspiracy@gmail.com. Go to the Let's Chat section on any of the pages on our website, put it in there, what have you. And we can work with that design and try to figure out how to make that a reality. One of our best sellers, the 1611 Words from Heaven, from a few years ago. That was actually somebody's idea that I put on there, and it's actually done pretty well.
Wow. Yeah, that's really cool. I mean, if you turn up to a church and you're wearing one of these hats, I mean, people know exactly where you're coming from. It's
yeah.
it's
There's one hat that's been probably the best-selling hat. It says KJV, keeping Satan sweating since 1611 or something like this.
This is great. I'm loving it. This is great. And so how can people find you? So you got your website, BibleVersionConspiracy.com. And so your YouTube, I might just get it up here. Now I'm risking a whole bunch of feedback, but just bear with me. I'm opening up a live. I'm risking a whole bunch of. There we go. Bible Version Conspiracy. Here we go. There's your channel. And so what have you been doing lately? Let's look at some of the live videos. Q&A. So do you do a regular like Q&A sort of program or?
Yep. Right now it's every final Friday of a month. So the last Friday of the month we try to go live for everybody that subscribes and everything else. We put out a weekly stream that is pre-recorded. We put that out on Thursdays, and those are recorded the Friday before at 10 p.m. with our co-conspirators. There are a few people that join us from there. My brother-in-law, my mother-in-law, my one friend from, I'm sorry, Charles, I'm pretty sure it's Mississippi. He's been with me for forever. He's like the backbone of the channel. If it wasn't for him, I'd be looking at a big fat zero a lot of the time when I make these things. But he's always the one person that's shown up, and he's big into the missing 411 and all this other stuff. So thank you, Charles, for being there and keeping us alive. Doctoral student Daniel Jones also is a big part of what we do. And we basically kind of, meet together 10 p.m. every Friday night, record one of these things, and then we put it out in a shorter form. It doesn't have the discussion that we have at the end, and it doesn't have the pre podcast or pre-episode discussion that we have before that. Mostly it's, just me, and I chop a lot of things out, and it gets down to what you see there. But there's sometimes some information that doesn't go up publicly on YouTube that if you want to be a co-conspirator, you can jump in and join us on that deeper level.
Yeah, well, you've got a lot of very interesting things here that a lot of people talk about, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, dragons, Jesuits, Our Father, Simonides, a few on them, Tischendorf, 666 or 616, the Defined KJV, Trojan Bibles, Erasmus, Wycliffe. So lots of very interesting topics there. And so, so I'll put that into the chat here. So if people want to go to your channel, they can check that out. So what else are we going to chat about here? And as I said, I can go forever. I do live streams that are sometimes 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. I can just go forever. But
yes, it's like a duel of who's going to give up first.
Yeah.
So, which is fine. Like Peter Van Cleek went for forever and a day with you. I think it was over 4 hours, if I'm not mistaken. I can keep going. I'm pretty good for right now. So
yeah, cool. And so I'm just sort of trying to work out where we're going to go from here. And so we're looking at, maybe I should make this writing a little bit bigger. I'm there squinting, looking at our questions that we put up. So here's an interesting question. So why are there so many versions of the Bible?
Okay. Well, one of the reasons, now I don't think that the reason that that there's so many translations is necessarily for the typical reason. I'm not sure what most people would give as an answer for that, but what I kind of fall back on is the New Order of Barbarians. There have been, well, let's start with this. Baseball. Everybody likes baseball, right? Good old American game. And there's a part in the New Order of Barbarians about baseball and how it's seen by the world as a purely American sport, and it's not good for the New World system. So soccer football is apparently not as big of a deal, like football as we think of it in America, with the big, like ball that's shaped like oblong, not what we would call soccer with the black and white checkered ball. Soccer with the black and white checkered ball is supposed to be the more universal sport, and baseball is kind of seen as an outlier, kind of as an enemy to the whole unity of things. So the plan back in '69 that Richard Day brought forward was was that the way that they were going to get rid of baseball was not to defund it. They weren't going to poke fun at it. They weren't going to do really anything to destroy it, except give it a lot of money. So the plan back then was to overpay the players. They weren't going to underpay them so that they wouldn't be interested completely. They were going to overpay them so that fans looking at the grossly overpaid baseball players, who most of the time, let's be honest, baseball, most of the time, you're standing there. And the people that are watching are sitting there. And that's it. And wow, this person's getting a lot of money to stand there and catch a ball every once in a while. And it's just like, wow, those people are grossly overpaid. And it's like, wow, I'm not so interested in baseball anymore. It was to overpay them, was to disillusion the fans and get them actually turned off to the sport. So that way the sport would eventually just shrivel up and die. So with the whole Bible version aspect of this, Sam Gipp, one of his students, that actually learned from Sam Gipp's curriculum about the whole King James stuff and everything. He, I believe he was in the Army or the Air Force, I forget. And he was like, talking to one of his fellow people about, the Bible, just witnessing to him and stuff. And then the person's like, oh, well, what about this and stuff like this? And at one point in this whole discussion that he was having with his friend there, the entire barracks broke out in one sentence. If the Bible was God's word, there'd only be one. And it's like, wow. Joey Foster's book, The Word God Will Keep It, he has a quotation in there of somebody that looked at the modern translation movement of the RV and everything like this and was just like, wow, okay, so we're abandoning a standard English Bible and we're going and we're retranslating it. There's a whole lot of translations that are being made at this point by individual scholars, individual bishops, individual whatever, commentators. Almost every commentary seemed to have their own translation. So he was like, man, if we once revise the Bible and we get started on this train, where is it going to end? Everybody's going to have their own translation and there's going to be no end of it. And people are going to be like, what's going on with the Bible? And just like, wow, I guess nothing's really for sure and for certain anymore. There's actually quotes from several Rosicrucians in there who started out as Christians, who, in the same book, The Word God Will Keep It. And they're like, yeah, I was raised to believe the King James Bible. And then the Revised Version came out. And it's just like, wow, I'm not so sure about the Bible anymore because the Bible doesn't seem so sure about itself. The scholars are looking at it and they're just like, man, we've been wrong about it this whole time and all this stuff. And it's like, if it was really God's word, this shouldn't be happening. So some people left and become atheists. Some people left and became Catholics. Some people left and became Rosicrucians. Joey Faust ran into somebody while street preaching. And he was a warlock. And he's like, if I'm remembering correctly, he brought up Sinaiticus. If I'm not mistaken, I would have to double check on this. But he was like, I've studied the oldest Bibles or whatever like this, and you Christians don't have a leg to stand on and things. And Joey Foster's like, well, I believe that the King James Bible is God's word, and that it's come down through history, and it's God's word still alive today. And apparently, this was a foreign concept to the Warlock. Another guy that was on, I think, a Muslim program called the Dean Show went to Liberty University and studied Sinaiticus, and was just like, wow, this is the world's oldest Bible, and it looks like nothing like what we got today. And was like, well, I think I'm going to go become a Muslim. And he did. And he was a big bearded fat guy by this point, sitting on the Dean Show, giving all of his expertise and his suspenders and everything. I remember seeing this video a long time ago. And it was just like, wow. People like to say, oh, well, nobody refers back to the Sinaiticus or the textual critical stuff or what have you when they abandon Christianity or when they criticize it or what have you. And it's, it doesn't come up on the street or something like this. And it's like, well, maybe it does, but it doesn't have a chance to really come out. And I think it might have been Van Cleek. I don't remember. Either it was him. I don't know, or maybe McShaffrey, I forget. Talking about how higher criticism, that lower criticism was actually just playing up to higher criticism, where, okay, we settled the text, now we can go and we can criticize it. So, like, it was basically the child or the servant of higher criticism. So it's just like, well, that really makes a lot of sense. Just kind of thinking out loud right now as far as Nazism and things like this go, and how that ties in with MK Ultra and things. Something that we're probably not going to get into now, but we just made a live stream about it last night. It should be coming out on Thursday. With Nazism and stuff. If I'm not mistaken, I have heard this, but if somebody could confirm it, that'd be great. I have heard that Adolf Hitler actually put aside the Luther translation or something like this in favor of a modern German translation. I haven't been able to confirm that, but I've heard that, and if somebody is able to confirm that, then that would be wonderful. Not going to say that the Luther translation is exactly the King James translation or whatever, but it would show an interesting gradation from probably a predominant Christian nation to a critical Christian nation to a Bible revision and Bible replacement, and then the horrors of the Holocaust, and so on. So just interesting how that might play in to the whole dark history on fast forward that happened in Germany. So, but anyways, just a thought.
Yeah, just on that thought, on my website, I've got an article about Gerhard Kittel. So Gerhard Kittel's his father worked on the Greek text, the Stadtgartensia, the Hebraica Stadtgartensia, I think it's called. And so he worked on the Hebrew text, so he knew a lot about the Hebrew language. But his son Gerhard, he worked on Kittel's. Basically, it's like a dictionary, and so he has the work. I'm just looking for it here. Yeah, the Biblia Hebraica Stadtgartensia, which you'll see, it's quite a prominent work. So that was his father, Rudolf. So we don't want to get Rudolf mixed up with his son. And then we have Kittel wrote a 10-volume Biblical Greek lexicon, Kittel's Theological Dictionary of the New Testament. And so the first 7 volumes were written while Kittel was under Hitler's Minister of Propaganda, while the last 3 volumes of his Biblical Greek lexicon were done while he was in jail for war crimes. He was tried at Nuremberg as a Nazi war criminal. So this is just, it's not, conspiracy theory or anything. This is conspiracy fact. And so there's a book, Theologians Under Hitler. So it's quite an interesting thing to examine and to look at. Gerhard Kittel was trying to push anti-Semitic views through his definitions, through his lexicon, and he was tried for war crimes and did, I think it was 3 years in jail for that. So obviously he'd done things against the Jewish people. And he was working under Goebbels, who was the Minister of Propaganda, and obviously under Adolf Hitler. So it's quite interesting when you go through that and look at the history of Gerhard Kittel. So not to be mistaken with his father, which is Rudolf. There's a lot of people get, like even, we're talking about some of these books that talk about this type of thing. Some people go, oh, well, yeah, Kittel was involved with the Hebrew Old Testament, but that was his father. So I usually try and make that distinction quite loudly so people don't make that mistake. But yeah, are you aware of that one there, Joseph? You probably heard of that one before.
Yeah, I've heard of that one through Ripplinger and Hazardous Materials and such. Wasn't his son involved with more New Testament stuff?
Yes. So
okay.
Yeah, Kittel, he did the Greek lexicon. So his dad did the Hebrew, but Kittel did the Greek lexicon, Kittel's Theological Dictionary of the New Testament, which you can buy. It's very popular today on Amazon. It's still very popular. It's one of the most popular lexicons around still at the moment. So
yes.
Gerhard Kittel, but they don't put Gerhard Kittel, war criminal, Nazi, or anything like that. So yeah, it's quite interesting to see how someone can be even of that caliber, where they're tried for war crimes and found guilty, but their material is still very welcomed in the academy. It's quite interesting to see that type of thing.
It sounds like Project Paperclip, except for the New Testament and Old Testament.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the thing is, a lot of the time when I'm talking to people, I've sort of gotten to the point now where, like say Operation Paperclip, like to me, that's not a conspiracy theory. That's just a fact that happened, that they used the Nazis, the Nazi scientists, which it's a very smart thing to do. What are you going to do with all these Nazis? You're going to let the Russians gobble them up and, use their technology against the Americans. So the Americans grabbed them and they used them for their work. And also, like you're saying, MK Ultra. Bill Clinton, when he was in power, he actually apologized for MK Ultra. So the president acknowledges that happened. So it's not even a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy fact that the US government drugged people. They used, all sorts of technology against the American population and other people. Because we have a spy base here in Australia called Pine Gap. The Americans purchased it for a peppercorn. So they gave us a peppercorn and we gave them some land here where they could build their spy base. And they have 1,000 CIA officers spying on us. So we are basically sort of living in a bit of a prison here in Australia where we have everything is monitored. Everything I'm saying right now would come up in a feed. That the words Pine Gap would be, come up on a computer, basically saying, oh, someone's speaking about us. They would look into it. They would see what I would know about them and whether I'm a risk or anything like that. And even just, I think it was about 10 years ago, it was news headlines here in Australia. FBI had tapped every phone in Australia, every phone. And so it's like, this is just headlines. And so oftentimes I hear people like Mark Ward say, oh, oftentimes these King James guys are conspiracy theorists. It's like, you'd have to, I don't know what world people are living in to say there is no conspiracy. Things like MK Ultra, Operation Paperclip, there's just so much that is a conspiracy that's around us that is just proven. It's just bog standard facts that you can just do a Google search and it comes up on CNN now. It's just people are just talking about it openly.
Yeah,
And
like H.G. Wells' one book, The Open Conspiracy.
yeah, very interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
So
Aye,
speaking
aye,
of conspiracy, how much influence do you think Rome has on the Bible?
aye. I think that it has a lot of influence. I'm trying to get my mind out of the deep conspiracy part that we were just about to get into there. Yep, there's David Cloud's book. I think I got that someplace. I got no idea where it is. It's over here somewhere. I haven't read much of it though, but I think I got it from my church, if I'm not mistaken. I would say that it predominantly throughout history seems to have feared the text of the Bible because of, how Christians have wielded it against them. Oh man, I'm just trying to I'm trying to bring my brain back from not talking about the Nosferatu priesthood and Al Bielek and all these other different things. I'm trying to come back to okay, let's not talk about the crazy stuff now.
You can talk about the crazy stuff. You've got a website called Bible Version Conspiracy, so it's like,
okay,
just go for it.
okay, here we go.
Some people might go halfway there. Some people mightn't even go there. But it's like, this is your opinion. You can share whatever you want.
Okay. You're gonna be sorry you said that. Okay, so Roman Catholicism, the way that I see it right now. Ken Johnson has a book called the Roman Catholic, the Gnostic Origins of Roman Catholicism. He has another book called The Gnostic Origins of Calvinism. The Calvinism one, he's like, the Gnostics, your witches, your foundation of the Illuminati. Like Fritz Springmeier says, the Gnosticism is the religion of the Illuminati. Gnosticism did not give us Calvinism directly. Augustine, who would have been debating Gnostics, himself being a former Gnostic of, I can't remember which sect. It started with an E, I believe, and Ebionite possibly. And him having debates with the Gnostics, him trying to crystallize his opinions about scripture and salvation and all these different things apparently spawned what we accept today as Calvinism. So indirectly. Roman Catholicism, a little bit more direct connection. In that book, one of the particular parts is where the Pope of Rome, or the Bishop of Rome, is seen to be in rebellion against the rest of Christianity for multiple reasons throughout early church history, and it's just a convoluted mess. And there's this one part where the Bishop of Rome actually invites all of the people that are considered to be heretics or dangerous to the church or whatever like this, come find your home in Rome, basically. You can check that book out. If I've kind of, summed that up a little bit too briefly, then people can find that out. Ken Johnson does a phenomenal job researching these kind of things. So when it comes to that, I think of all of the influence that's coming into Rome at that point. I think of Jacobianism, which is apparently very closely associated with the Jesuits, and Satanism and the Illuminati and stuff like this. There's a book by a guy named Sefer, I believe, called 1666, Redemption Through Sin. And it details a lot about the Jacobins, and it sounds like they link in very closely with Jesuitism. And Jesuitism, like Malachi Martin talks about, is basically just your black Roman Catholicism. It's kind of like an underworld. There's the Trinitarian, apparently godly part of Roman Catholicism, and then there's the Luciferian part of Roman Catholicism that seems to be your Jesuits and stuff. So it's a crazy history. So as far as Rome's influence on the Bible, it seems like a lot of it has been good like with Origen, he was someone to whom the Bible owed much, according to Ruckman's reference of the historian Mosheim, I believe his last name was. And he said that Origen was a compound of contraries. He was acute and he was stupid. He was someone to whom the Bible owed much and from whom it had suffered much. Kind of how I see Rome at this point, like 1 John 5:7 predominantly being in your Latin manuscripts. I believe Priscillian. If I'm mistaken on this, correct me, but I think a guy named Priscillian was the first guy to reference 1 John 5:7 that they actually that the textual critical people actually want to accept. So he was, I believe, a Spanish person who would have been quoting a Latin text. And so, you know, and I also think, if I'm not mistaken, that he was also a modalist, I believe. So, like, you know, the whole God the Father became Christ, who became the Holy Spirit. There's no actual, like, Trinity as you would think of it. And he used 1 John 5:7 to actually defend that. Maybe one of the reasons why it was actually kicked out of, you know, the Orthodox tradition with the majority of manuscripts, because it was being used by modalists, by Sabellians, by all these different people to actually promote their heresy. And that may be why 1 John 5:7 was omitted to begin with. I'm not sure. But we do kind of owe that sort of tradition to Roman Catholicism. Hort actually wanted Westcott. One of the criticisms that he had of Westcott's history of the English Bible was that he failed to mention the Latin influence that had come into the King James Bible from the Latin Vulgate through the Douay-Rheims. So apparently there was some influence there into, you know, because one of the main goals of the King James translators was to use translations that had already been created and use them to make one principal translation. So it makes sense that they would have referenced Jerome and the Douay-Rheims at this point. As I'm pretty sure the Douay-Rheims was published just prior. The Latin Vulgate as well, with its preface about 1 John 5:7. If I remember correctly, I say this so often because a lot of this is based on my memory. Jerome in his preface actually said that it was careless scribes who left off 1 John 5:7, so he included it. And if I'm not mistaken, modern critical text people are like, this preface to his Latin Vulgate has obviously got to be spurious because it says this about 1 John 5:7, and we know 1 John 5:7 doesn't belong in the Bible. So I'm pretty sure there's some critical text people that actually consider that preface or that part of that preface to be a forgery or an insertion. The Roman Catholic Church, for years, this is from Michael Maynard's book, they actually said that it was heretical to take 1 John 5:7 out of the Bible. Then later on, they changed this statement to, oh, it's against, it is heretical to question the doctrine that it teaches, which is the doctrine that we teach because we're the infallible church and all that. It's not necessarily a bad thing if you take it out. So it sounds like they're kind of, you know, trying to kiss up to the RV and the German rationalists and all this stream that's actually trying to take 1 John 5:7 out. But I really want to dig into this with Erasmus. Theodore Letus brought up something to me at one point. I did not talk to him. I listened to one thing by him that was shared to me by, I think it was Christian McShaffrey. And it was like talking about Erasmus. I ended up falling asleep halfway through it. But the first part of it was just revelatory enough. I'd always heard, okay, Erasmus believed the Trinity. He was, you know, pro 1 John 5:7, but he couldn't find a Greek manuscript that had it. So he didn't include it in his TR, and he was thrilled to death to put it in there because there was a manuscript or whatever that was found, and he made this rash promise or whatever, which is also more or less a true story, but it was taken wrongly by it was a female scholar, I forget who it was, that read that account and was just like, she mistook part of it, so it ended up becoming this great story that just registers across James White and everybody. And it wasn't technically the case, like I believe Theodore Letus points out, Jeff Riddle points out, and stuff like this. But apparently, one of the big things that Erasmus did, and one of the reasons why Roman Catholicism didn't like him very much, like Gail Ripplinger mentions in An Awe of Thy Word, where it talks about, like, we're all right, children, let's learn the alphabet with heretics or whatever, and E is for Erasmus or something like this. And it's like, well, they put his books on the banned list apparently because he didn't think 1 John 5:7 belonged in the New Testament, honestly and truly. And the promise that he made actually did kind of force him into doing it, but it wasn't exactly how it's given to us. This is from Theodore P. Letus anyways. He's a very, very decent scholar on these kind of things. And apparently one of the big things that Erasmus did to combat Roman Catholicism, he had a lot of problems with Roman Catholicism. And All of Thy Word talks a lot about that in her chapter about Erasmus, where the images and some stuff about like the Eucharist and just different things and papal abuses. He just had so much to say about all of that. But the Trinity, apparently he got in a lot of trouble with the Trinitarian Roman Catholic Church at that point in time, and had a lot of negative influence. So the origination of the Textus Receptus actually ended up leading to our Bart Ehrmans and our Bruce Metzgers and our people like this that are like, oh, well, the Trinitarians have just basically screwed the Bible up, and the Orthodox corruption has seeped in. And one of the big reasons that we even came up with this idea is because of the guy that put together the Textus Receptus. And it's just like, I want to look into this so much, so much. Do you want to have something really weird?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay. So there's this book called the Urantia book. And apparently, it was probably forged or something like this, just really weird. It was apparently channeled to a psychologist, I think in Britain or America, I can't remember where. It was Canada. It was Canada, I think. And he brings out the Urantia book, and apparently it was supposed to have been written from a galactic intelligence or something beyond our sphere that, was basically from a higher alien or something like this. And this book is written on a level that basically puts Leonardo da Vinci to shame. And it's a really crazy book. It's like 2,000 pages, but it has a lot to say about the Trinity. A lot. And this is going to come into your revision committee with George Vance Smith. There are two, to my understanding, I haven't looked into it a lot. I got this mostly from L. Bielek, who is the famous time traveler and stuff, who says a lot of things that if you don't want to be paranoid the rest of your life, I was stupid and listened to L. Bielek back in college. If you don't want to be paranoid the rest of your life, don't listen to L. Bielek. So just saying that to all the listeners and everything like this. If you don't want to be paranoid the rest of your life, leave L. Bielek alone. So Al Bielek and somebody that was interviewing him, who I believe was from Western Europe, Eastern Europe. They said that this entity that talks a lot about the Trinity in this Urantia book, like a lot, basically breaks Christianity and so many other things into two groups. The one is called the Trinitarians. These are the ones that are like, your positive spirit beings, angels. Roman Catholicism is considered to be part of the Trinitarian side of things. Protestantism comes in there as well. Basically Trinitarian type people that understand this concept of the Trinity, and they're more along the lines of God. And I'm not sure all of what the theological ideas of the person that apparently channeled this book were. I don't know how much it influenced things. It sounds so much like Ellen White, but it divides it up, and this is basically the breakdown. Trinitarians, and then on the other side, the people that aren't part of this, under the hierarchy of the Trinity, people that have gone with free thought or what have you, are labeled under the title Luciferian. So when I think of Unitarianism, it doesn't fall with Trinitarian. If it's on the other side, like with Ken Johnson, he's like, I don't see how you could even be a Christian and deny the deity of Christ. It's just like, you might as well just be a Hindu and just be like, it doesn't make any sense to where you would, it just is just like the backbone, the through line of the gospel that, Christ is the Son of God and that he is God. When you have your Unitarians who, it's been said, took off their masks and they were atheists. When George Vance Smith is on that committee, I don't necessarily want to get ahead of myself, because I don't know if he really had the influence that we think he may have had. But I'll just probably leave it at that for now. But anyways, with that whole breakdown of Trinitarian versus non-Trinitarian, and then you bring on 1 John 5:7, it's just like, I just started getting into this 3 days ago, so I don't have a lot brought into it yet. But I am looking forward to getting into a lot of different stuff with that. We're going to be talking about the Triquetra just before St. Patrick's Day. We'll be coming out with that live stream and going through some of the symbolism of that. So I'm sure it's going to come up in there as well. So I'll probably just leave it at that. But there's some weird stuff for you.
Yeah. And so just with Erasmus there, I just thought I'd point some people to some videos that I did about Erasmus, and I'll just jump on my channel for a second. I think it's in a playlist actually, because I've been going through 1 John 5:7 and just sort of looking at everything I can on that issue. And so,
oh yeah, it's a huge issue. And that thing with the Arians that the person put down in the comment here,
screen.
And that's interesting too, with the Aryans taking it out, because you had so many Aryans among the Germanic tribes and stuff, and it's yeah. I'll wait until you get your stuff before we go into that. So
I actually haven't got it in my playlist, but I know that I made it. Oftentimes I make videos and forget to put them in the playlist, but I did make a bunch of videos on Erasmus. And so what I did is I actually read Erasmus's own quotes concerning the 1 John 5:7. And from what I can see, there was a guy called Reuchlin. And so Reuchlin, Erasmus used to borrow manuscripts from him and things like that. Now Reuchlin, he was mostly a Hebrew scholar, so Erasmus was learning Hebrew through him. Now, he was accused of the Roman Catholic Church of being an occultist because he was trying to read books like the Kabbalah. He was looking at Targums and all sorts of things that seemed to be outside of the sphere of just looking at the Masoretic text. But you sort of have to read cultural literature to thoroughly understand a language. It's a bit like us. If we were learning Greek, we would read ancient Greek and read about different gods and all this sort of stuff. Doesn't mean that we're into it, but it just gives us a bit of a cultural background as to why someone would use the word Hades for hell or whatever, and the stories behind that sort of thing. So Reuchlin was sort of accused of being an occultist by the Roman Catholic Church for having looked at this type of literature, which for a scholar, that's what you have to do to know everything about a culture. You have to read the good, the bad, and the ugly. We read Shakespeare. But if you really want to understand English, you look at Shakespeare and you go, well, that's not really a Christian theme, but you read it anyway because it's poetry and all the rest of it. But when it comes to Erasmus, what I found was in his own annotations, he said why he included 1 John 5:7, and he said that there was evidence from Jerome that Jerome said that it was being omitted from the text. And also one of the main reasons that he put it in there with only just a small bit of evidence was because of the grammatical issue. So this is something that I contacted a guy called Georgios Babiniotis. So he's written 6 dictionaries in Greek, and he's done 200 articles he's got 200, was it articles or books? I think it's both, on the Greek language. So he talks about ancient Greek, Koine Greek, modern Greek. So he's a bit like a David Crystal sort of guy. That we have David Crystal here in the English speaking world. He's got like Cambridge Encyclopedia, English language. He's written like hundreds of books. So this guy, I contacted him and said, what about 1 John 5:7 and the grammatical issues? And he said, basically, if you don't have 1 John 5:7 in the text, verse 8, all the grammar is changed for no reason whatsoever. Because the way that the Greek language works, if you have certain inflections that can moderate and change all the words around it. And so he basically said that you have to have 1 John 5:7 in there to understand why verse 8 is the way it is. And he said it's a solecism, and he agreed with this other guy called Eugenius Vulgaris. So he was a Greek guy who like in 1780, he wrote a whole bunch of stuff about it. And this is exactly the argument of Erasmus as well. So Erasmus, he used the manuscript evidence, he used the Vulgate introduction of Jerome, and he also used the grammatical argument against it. Now, he was accused of being anti-Trinitarian, but I think it was just because some of the people, the witch hunt of the Roman Catholics was kind of a little bit lowbrow. They were facing this sort of Protestant Reformation. They wanted to blame Erasmus for a lot of that, and he triggered a lot of that. But what
he
happened
laid the egg
was
that Luther hatches, they say.
Yeah. So they had a sort of like a witch hunt in 1527 in Valladolid in Spain, where they asked questions of whether Erasmus was Orthodox, whether he believed in the Trinity or not. And so even just recently on my website, I've been going through a verse in Revelation chapter 1, verse 8, where the word God is taken out of the critical text. It's taken away from the Textus Receptus, actually. So it says, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, says the Lord God Almighty, who was and is to come. So the word God is taken out there. So that was Erasmus who took that out. And so people are like, see, he's against the Trinity. He's against these type of concepts for taking that out. But actually, it strengthens the Trinity when the word God is taken out, because otherwise people think the Father is speaking. With the word God taken out there, people go, well, it's Jesus speaking, because he's saying he's the Alpha, the Omega, the beginning and the ending. That matches up with what he later says in chapter 1 about him being the first and last and things like that. And later on in Revelation, he says, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning, the ending, and as well. So if you make it the Father saying it or God saying it, it actually weakens the Trinity, because the Alpha and the Omega are titles in Isaiah for Jehovah. And the one who was and is to come, that is the etymology of Jehovah and I am. So when Jesus is making that claim, he's saying he's deity. When you've got God there, people like the Jehovah's Witnesses, they have the word God in their text, and they say, oh, it's just the Father speaking there. but we say no, it's Jesus speaking there. And even in most modern Bibles, it's in red letters, which is quite interesting. And so sometimes Erasmus can look like he's actually being anti-Trinitarian, but it's only like the witch hunt that was against him. They were just sort of like trying to dig dirt. And I've read Bleedus's article quite a few years ago, and I sort of read it at arm's length, going, I'm not really sure about this. There were things in it that just didn't seem to sit right. And so over the years, I've gone through some of Erasmus's original material in his annotations, and I'm finding that he on grammatical grounds, on grounds of Jerome in his preface, and on manuscript evidence, he's gone, well, I think this is a genuine reading. And so he actually doesn't say in his annotations that he thinks it's it's not a genuine reading. And so a lot of people have made that claim that he was just like, look, I'm reluctantly sort of putting it in. Now he was putting a lot of evidence for that in his text.
Okay. I didn't realize that Erasmus actually cited that kind of evidence for 1 John 5:7. That's pretty interesting. And even if he made it on a promise, there was no promise to keep it in subsequent editions, but apparently he did.
Yeah, and so and the promising is, it's not really true either. He never promised that he would do that. And this is Jeff Riddle's actually really good on this. He has a bit of a series on anecdotes about Erasmus and sort of like the rush to print thing, and the rash wager, where he's saying, if anyone can find anything anywhere, I'll put it in, sort of thing. So it's quite interesting going through those as well.
Yeah, I actually have the PDF that I was able to find of Jeff Riddle's article. I actually also put that in our Buy Me a Coffee shop. It's $0, but I just kind of wanted to have it there as part of the collection. You know, like if you had a store or whatever, and you had free handouts on your counter or something, then you know that people could just pick up and read. That's there for that reason. So if anybody wonders where they can find that, it's right on our Buy Me a Coffee shop. So you can just type in 0 and boom, you got the article. So
were Westcott and Hort occultists? And if not, what were they?
Good question. I don't think that they were classical occultists. Personally, I don't think they were. The major reason why Gale says, you know, they were spiritualists or whatever, is because of, I think, a misreading of Arthur Westcott's quotation about his father leaving the Ghostly Guild, not for lack of a belief in spiritualism, but because he thought that it was dangerous and it led to no good. So she took that as, oh, he had belief in spiritism. So, and it's just like, no, if you read that and you pay close attention because of all these commas that are breaking this thought up, then when you get to the end of it, you're just like, actually, he's saying it's not because he didn't believe in it that he left. It's because he was like, this is awful and I'm not getting involved with this stuff. So he left. So as far as the idea of him, you know, attending multiple seances, being friends with Helena Blavatsky, stuff like this, as far as I know, he might have gone to a seance, but that also doesn't mean that he was leading it. It also doesn't mean that he was drawing pentagrams on the ground or sacrificing virgins or whatever else like this. So when somebody tries to say that he was a Luciferian or he was a Satanist or whatever else like this, I would love to see that evidence. But as far as I'm aware, that doesn't exist. But there is a weird part, which I haven't been able to add because I've got so many things going on, but I'm adding it soon to that Westcott and Hort page. The last section, which I'm looking forward to embarking on, is the part about the communion of the saints. I don't know if the Textual Confidence Collective has any plans of talking about the communion of the saints, but I would love to hear their thoughts, especially with Berg and all the stuff that he's read and all this. But from what I've read, and from The Word God Will Keep It, which talks about it mostly, I think Gale mentions it as well. It may be more peculiar to her more modern editions. I'm not positive. But communion of the saints, apparently, is this idea where you can talk with dead Christians. It is apparently, from what I understand, where speaking with somebody that is a dead Christian is considered theologically sound, because there's communion of the faithful under God throughout all ages and all time and space and stuff like this. So if you go to the cathedral at night when nobody's there and these shades start populating the pews and they're like, hey, I'm Peter, hey, I'm Andrew, hey, I'm Barnabas, hey, I'm Jesus, hey, I'm this, I'm that, then that's okay. So it's not, like I said, it's not something that you would think of a classical occultism where you're just like, you know, doing all this crazy stuff. But it's, from what I perceive right now, it seems more like an Anglican occultism, an Anglican necromancy. That video that you see right there, the necromancy of Westcott and Hort, that is an audio AI generated. It sounds pretty good, actually, of Joy Foss chapter in The Word God Will Keep It, called the exact same title, The Necromancy of Westcott and Hort. And it gives several different quotations from different, like I believe there was some articles that talked about the communion of the saints, and you know, just to tell you exactly what it is. And then I believe there's several from Westcott. There's one in particular where his son is saying that he has been with him on these nights when he goes to the cathedral. And the gist that I get from this, it might be part of another quotation in the book, but is that he would go to the cathedral at night. He would spend pretty much all night there. He would sleep in the morning, and then he would go teach at Cambridge or what have you in the afternoon. So at night, his son Arthur had been there with Westcott, and he said there would be strange lights, which he couldn't explain apparently. A lot of this is also connected with, like, you know, if you study paranormal stuff, orbs or streaks of light in your home, or a little red light that might show up in your bedroom briefly and then either flick away or turn off and be unexplainable, different things like this. So he said there would be strange lights and shades in the cathedral. And one day, Westcott was heading home from one of these encounters, and he was stopped by a lady that was like, you know, basically, don't you get lonely sitting in there all the time by yourself? And Arthur was like, and then he said his father flashed one of his beautiful smiles and said, "Oh no, it is very full." And I'm just like, and apparently this is also connected very closely with All Saints Day, when, you know, the veil is supposed to be thinnest, and there's the really bad sacrifices and stuff like this that happen around that time. But apparently it's also a great time to catch the veil between realms, to be able to talk to dead Christians on the other side as well. And I'd be very hesitant to do that. What's his name? The guy that wrote The Occult Connections of Gail Riplinger, that really doesn't like her at all, Phil Stringer. He had a video recently where he talked about the occultism, I believe, of Westcott and Hort was what it was called. And he talked about all these different cults that have been started by an entity showing up in somebody's bedroom and saying, you are to be a special bringer of light to Christianity. You are going to restore the truth of the first century Christianity. So many people that have been told this. Ellen G. White, I believe the founder of the JWs, Charles Taze, multiple different cult leaders have had this similar experience where something shows up in their bedroom and starts telling them all these things. And one of the things that they always say is, oh yeah, and Jesus was not God, and you know, everybody can just basically become Christ with the Christ spirit and stuff like this. So that has led to a lot of our cults and things. And then he brings that around full circle, and he's like, okay, so either these people were talking to, you know, a spirit of some kind, which I wouldn't want them having their hands on the Bible, or they were crazy and I wouldn't want them to have their hands on the Bible, stuff like this. And then he goes over to Westcott and Hort, and he's like, okay, so either they were having these really weird experiences, and they were talking to something that wasn't good, and I don't want them translating the Bible, or they were crazy, and I also don't want them translating the Bible, or they lied and it didn't happen at all, in which case I wouldn't want them translating the Bible either. So it's just like, it's a huge thing. Bill Schneblin mentions a young lady that this actually happened to, where a angel apparently shows up in her bedroom and starts telling her, oh, you're going to be a great bringer of light to Christianity and stuff like this, and you are the chosen one and things. And she's like, I love the way that love Bill Schneblin's facial expressions and his voice and everything when he tells this story. He's just got such a way of telling him. And she's just like, you're not a real angel. You're not a good angel, and I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. And the angel just goes, and it's gone. And she's like, mommy, mommy. And her mom comes rushing in. She's like, what happened? She tells her what happened and stuff. And she's like, well, how did you know that that wasn't a real angel? And she's like, well, he didn't say fear not. And in the Bible, when an angel starts talking, he says, fear not. And he didn't say that. So he wasn't a good angel. So this, crazy stuff. But yeah, I'm looking forward to any comments that Berg or Ward have to say about the communion of the saints with Brooke Foss Westcott. Anyhow.
Now, I'm just going to bring this into the mix. This is a really interesting story about J.B. Phillips. So we know J.B. Phillips, he did a Bible translation. And he actually used to have conversations with the dead C.S. Lewis. So they were friends. But then it says here, Phillips describes how he was sitting in his chair at home watching television with his wife a few days after the death of C.S. Lewis. All of a sudden, Lewis appeared to him. Sitting in a chair within a few feet of me, he spoke a few words which were particularly relevant to the difficult circumstances through which I was passing. He was a rudder in complexion, that ever grinning over his face, and as the old-fashioned saying has it, positively glowing with health. So this apparition was a few days after the death of C.S. Lewis. And it says that he had another chat with him, and it talks about the communion of the saints there. So that's what sort of triggered my thoughts on this. He had another half an hour chat with him about his Bible version that he was working on. And so it's quite interesting that these guys seem to think that they could just talk to the dead. And which to me, when you talk to the dead, it's necromancy, it's forbidden in scripture. And you should, especially if you're a leader, if you're doing a Bible study or you're a pastor or you're doing a Bible translation, it should be something that's like, well, that crosses you off the list of you've sort of committed a huge sin there. So I just sort of bring that into the mix. But you mentioned
don't go on too fast. There's some more things I want to add to that. Sorry.
Okay, I'll bring it back up. Yeah, you start talking and I'll find this again.
Okay, it's not necessarily bearing on that, but I guess Jewish tradition is that a spirit of somebody hangs around for about 4 days in case something happens after a death. A lot of the time, people say that when somebody dies, they will actually kind of like retrace their steps and stuff like this. It's an interesting idea, foreign to the Bible. I get it, kind of stuff. With necromancy, as far as I can see, its earliest origins in this side of the flood is Noah's son. Ham apparently was the first guy to bring back necromancy, to also bring in the angelic hybrids and giants and stuff like this on this side of the flood, to try to recreate them based on stones that I believe were on Mount Hermon or close to there. Some people think that it's the stone structure of Göbekli Tepe, I think is how it's pronounced, big T-shaped rocks, and that it was intentionally buried to try to bury these secrets. But Ham a lot of people try to go back to Nimrod, and like David Daniels does this, a lot of Seventh-day Adventists do this, Hislop's Two Babylons do this. They go back to Nimrod, where actually, and Ken Johnson talks about a lot of this. I believe Josephus it may also be in the Travels of Noah Through Europe. That's a fascinating book. I've read part of that, and it's just like blows you away. It actually talks about Ham being the one that was in rebellion, and that had a lot of this necromancy stuff that he resurrected as far as ceremonial magic, just crazy stuff that came through and survived the flood, either in his knowledge or what have you. And that's where all this crazy nonsense starts. As far as I can tell, J.B. Phillips, Brooke Foss Westcott, as far as I'm aware, you wouldn't have your classic necromancy there. You would have, you wouldn't have, the diviner or the clairvoyant or whatever actually bringing somebody or something over from the other side. You don't have that scenario. You have simply them going in with the intention of seeing something, and apparently that intention, or maybe they had some kind of prayer practice that they did. I don't know how the communions of the saints are supposed to be initiated, but whatever it was, it doesn't seem to have been, drawing a pentagram on the floor and sacrificing a virgin or whatever else like this. So I would hesitate to say that they were necromancers and then tie them in with the ceremonial magician that's going to be conjuring up a devil or what have you. Especially the whole part with C.S. Lewis appearing to J.B. Phillips just a few days after he died. Biblically, it doesn't make sense, but I can't exactly say that it wasn't him. I know that sounds really weird, but it kind of seems to fit. But then again, it's like, also no, because like I said, it doesn't fit a biblical framework. One story that I'd like to bring in as far as dead relatives go, there's a story on a podcast that I listen to very regularly called The Confessionals with Tony Merkel. He's out of Tennessee, I believe. And he had a gentleman come on there for an interview that had some paranormal experiences. And one of them was a reoccurring dream that would happen to him shortly after his grandfather's death. He would, basically be in his house, and it was very realistic dream. And he would see his grandfather sitting in his chair, and he'd be just like, what, how did you, and this was reoccurring. So the first time it was very real, and then it would just replay itself throughout. I think it happened to him for several months. It was just reoccurring, or maybe weeks. And I don't remember which episode this was, but in this dream, he would just have a regular conversation with his grandfather, just like he was alive. Just totally, benign. And then he'd be like, the grandson would be like, wait a second, Grandpa. In the Bible, it says, absent from the body, present with the Lord, stuff like this. So if you died, shouldn't you be in heaven or something like this? He said that, this is a freaky part. He said his grandfather's eyes went pitch black, and he spoke to him in a guttural voice and said, "You're not supposed to ask those questions." And then he leaped at him, and then he wakes up. And I was just like, holy cow. Okay. And then this happens the next night and the next night. And every time it's just a normal conversation. And, hey, Grandpa, what about that stuff in the Bible? And you're not supposed to ask that. It's just like, ay, ay, ay. So as far as, necromancy goes and stuff like this, or like people seeing their dead grandmother a lot of the time, it'll happen close to their death or whatever, or sometimes not, and then it ends up not being grandma, or somebody will wake you up in the middle of the night, looks like your dad. Hey, it's time to go at 3 o'clock in the morning, 2:30 to 3 usually. Walks you outside, and then your dad says, "Hey, where are you going?" Wait a second, I was just following what's going on. And then this thing that was leading you outside turns into something horrific. That's happened as well. Just So yeah, be careful of your relatives. There's also a famous missing 411 case where a kid is taken to a cave by something, or he ends up at a cave somehow. And there's this kind of robotic acting. I'm not sure if it would have been a, what are they called? A robotoid, I believe is the term for a synthetic person that's created by, Black Ops or whatever. It seemed more robotic than that, something like a Men in Black experience. And this grandmother, looks like his grandma, is like, wants him desperately to poop on this piece of paper. And he's just like, no, thank you. And she's just like, goes ballistic at him. And I think, if I remember correctly, there were other people along the side of this wall or something like this. It was just a really strange experience. But this child disappeared for a good amount of time. And he ended up coming back, apparently, and told this crazy story. So anyways, yeah, be careful of grandpa and grandma sometimes. Just be really careful, especially if they're dead. So I'm going to leave it at that.
That's a classic. That's an absolute classic. So just going back, you mentioned Phil Stringer. Okay.
Yep, that's it. There are occult connections. Yep. And I would love to talk about that Aryan comment that was up here at one point. I'm sorry. I'm pumped about this, and I can go. So
yeah, and we'll get to some of those comments. I just thought I'd ask. So obviously, Gail Ripplinger has brought out her book in the early 90s. D.A. Waite promoted it. So did other people from the Dean Burgon Society, Phil Stringer, and a bunch of other people. Then there seemed to be a lot of backlash against Gail Ripplinger, probably mostly coming from James White, talking to her on that program. I remember listening to that program a few times. And James White has quickly read her book so he could debate her. And then that seems to be the last time Gail did anything really publicly in the debate arena. And but so Phil Stringer and also D.A. Waite have sort of come out over the years and said a lot of stuff about Gail Ripplinger. And I'm not tied to either one of these people. I've listened to, Phil Stringer does a lot of really good stuff about, King James, is he a homosexual or not? And I'm like, yeah, cool, that's really good. And but you're looking at things from a perspective where you've looked at a lot of Gail's material, and you've read some of the things like cleaning up hazardous materials and books like this that have come out over the years.
I wish I had read that. I really want to deep dive on that too.
And so what are your thoughts about like Phil Stringer, D.A. Waite, and other people like from the Dean Burgon Society, and this sort of storm in a teacup, I guess you'd call it, this thing that's happened with Gail and these other guys? Can you sort of explain that and sort of give your opinion on that?
Okay. So from my perception, it seems like D.A. Waite loved not hazardous materials. He loved New Age Bible versions when it first came out. He had Gail, actually, I believe, come. I'm not sure if it was at his church at the time, because I know he was a home church, but it was in a church where they had this whole video where they videoed her presentation and everything, and he was there helping promote her. His wife interviewed her. And she was like, I'm so glad you're not in pain today. And she's like, no, actually, I am. And she's just like, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. And Gail's just like, no, it's fine. I kind of learned to deal with it because of her connective tissue disorders and stuff. And but anyways, they had this whole promotional thing with her book and stuff like this. I think mostly it was because it was a lot along the lines of D.A. Waite's own writings, and it was critical of the critical text. So it just kind of swept up into the whole genre. Later on, when Gail on some radio programs, there was one radio program where they started playing the sappy music and everything during the end of her interview and stuff, and the interviewer was just like, now you don't believe the King James Bible is inspired, right? And she's just like, oh no, I'm more, I'm Texas. I don't believe that double inspiration stuff and stuff like this. So she didn't believe it at one point, but I think that possibly that question may have spurred her into a further study of the King James Bible, reconsideration of inspiration and stuff like this. And of course, D.A. Waite has been adamantly against that for a very long time. So and his whole just complete distaste, or his disdain for Peter Ruckman. So when she kind of crossed that line, I think that is the point where he started to drop her and became very critical of her. I believe she had 2 former marriages before she married, I believe it was Michael Ripplinger was his name. He died shortly before I actually contacted her for the first time. So he was very critical about her marriages. It seems like every book that he ever wrote that talked anything about Gail Ripplinger, or any author that he promoted that went against her, like with the Messianic Claims of Gail Ripplinger, or Gail Ripplinger's Occult Connections, or warning Gail Ripplinger's double inspiration heresy in italics with like 4 exclamation marks and stuff that D.A. Waite wrote himself. Extremely repetitive book. It's just like, it was sad. Passa Graphe Theop Neustos. You get that drilled into your head with that book. But all of these appendices, he always makes sure to include all of the documentation and stuff about her divorces and everything else like this, which just really brought on a whole bunch of nonsense. And I think actually Hazardous Materials, which I'm really sad about, Hazardous Materials was written as kind of a response to the whole emphasis on, Passa Graphe Theop Neustos and Greek dictionaries and things like this. And I kind of wish that it wasn't. I wish that it was, that it didn't have that interference, because if it didn't, she wouldn't have started the book the way she did. She started the book talking about how there are a lot of Greek lexicographers that are apparently non-Christian and very, very, very scholarly, like the elite, especially today, that laugh at Christians for using things like vines and possibly von Soden, I think, was included in there, and Strongs and things like this. And they're just like, this is so outdated and ridiculous. Why do Christians even use this stuff? And so that's a lot of what D.A. Waite had used, and Thayer and all this. And so she wrote Hazardous Materials with that thought in her mind. If she hadn't had that interference, the last chapter of her book is about, like you mentioned, Ruchlin, or however you pronounce his name, the Hebrew guy that was accused of being an occultist.
Yeah, Reuchlin, yeah.
Yeah, Reuchlin, or whatever. She said at the beginning of that last chapter, she said, this could have been the first chapter of this book. And I was just like, I wish that you would have had this be the first chapter of your book. And forget about D.A. Waite, and forget about retaliating and throwing a 1,200-page book on top of D.A. Waite and watching him sweat. I wish that wasn't... It seems to have been her goal with Hazardous Materials, to kind of get rid of the whole thing with, the Greek reliance, and try to focus more on King James Bible and in internal definitions that it provides and things. So... I just wish that Hazardous Materials was so much better. And it's very fascinating to see the people that have come out and actually accused Gail of being a witch. So this comes in with Phil Stringer. Phil Stringer writes a book called Gail Ripplinger's Occult Connections. It's one of the little books down there. I don't know which one it is, but it's one of them. And he starts out the book talking about Ezekiel, with the priests and stuff being under the temple, and they have these chambers of their imagery where they have these abominable beasts and things like this portrayed upon the walls. And I'm not quite so sure that those were pigs. I'm thinking that they were chimeras. So, like the pre-flood stuff, a lot of that happened because of the chimeras before the flood. And the corruption that came in because of the fallen angels and things like this, blending animals together through various hybridization processes, which are mentioned in the Book of Enoch and things like this. And we can talk about that too if you want my viewpoints on that. But these abominable beasts and stuff on the walls, and these priests that are secretly worshiping them, apparently. He starts out that book, Gail Ripplinger's Occult Connections, talking about how he thinks that Gail Riplinger is actually a secret occultist. And I pretty much stopped reading it at the point where he backed this evidence up with first the fact that, oh, well, if it's a clandestine operation, just completely secret inside job, it could be anybody. And his second big proof was she references occult books. You can't find these at a Christian bookstore. She would have had to have gone to an occult bookstore to have looked at these books. Oh boy, she's probably an occultist because apparently she owns these books or something. I think mostly what she got was interlibrary loan, and she was very careful, even with books about witchcraft, that she would reference for her history on like the Triquetra and stuff like this, or Triquetra. And she actually looked through a witch-related book very quickly, you know, in the rain, covered, it came to her, somebody else brought it to her in the back of a car. So she's got the trunk shielding her and the book as she's just trying to find a little bit of evidence about the Triquetra and its history and things like this in the rain. So it's just like, she's like, I'm not taking this book into my house at all. I don't want anything connected with this book even close to my house. So let's just do this real fast, get that thing out of here. So as far as Phil Stringer being like, oh, she's probably an occultist because she went to occult bookstores and stuff, which she does mention going to one once, I believe. It's just like, okay, so you're going to say that she is an occultist based on this. Another famous person who, well, semi-famous, conspiracy kind of person, I believe, down in Colorado, was Peter J. Peters. He also accused her of being a witch. And he based this on the fact that when she writes her book, she tends to do it in kind of a poetic manner. And also, because, you know, it sounds an awful lot like when Shakespeare wrote the witches on the heath, where they're going, you know, double boiling trouble and stuff like this. And when she starts out her book with the kind of rhymey of phrasing that she did, I believe it was in chapter 1. I don't remember if it was in chapter 1 or the introduction, the one where she talks about Satan's church and him hewing a pew for you too and stuff like this. Oh, that sounds poetic. So she's a witch for that. And also she's probably a witch because she put a red dragon on the front of New Age Bible versions. And putting a red dragon on the front of a book called New Age Bible Versions is satanic. She's trying to warn you about her occult witchy connections, was Peter J. Peters' claim. So it's just, he said, and the audio of this is on, again, our Buy Me a Coffee shop. He did an entire series on the King James only deception. He actually didn't call it the King James only deception until he was like a few episodes in, when he actually broke in about his stuff about Gail Riplinger. And he said that she didn't put a picture of Jesus on the front of a book called New Age Bible Versions. She didn't put a cross on the front of a book called New Age Bible Versions. That shows, and she put a dragon on the front. That is dragon worship. She is a Satanist because she did not put a cross or a picture of Jesus on the front of her book. Literally, this was the logic. And I was just like, okay, I can see this. New Age Bible Versions. And then you put a picture of a smiling Jesus there on the front. And I'm just like, I wouldn't touch that book for nothing. That has got to be a New Agey book if you're going like, oh, New Age Bible Versions. Oh, Jesus likes New Age Bible Versions, you know, or something like this. If you have a dragon, then you're like, oh, New Age Bible Versions. That is a threatening concept. So you put a dragon on the front there, it jives. Something that Peter J. Peters failed to mention is one of the most demonic representations of a snake in a pentagram and stuff like this is in his very own bookstore. I believe he's dead now. But he was offering a book, still offers today. We show it on our video about the KJV only deception. And it is just horrific. It is disturbing. It has this demonic snake coming out of a pentagram. And it is totally unnerving. And it's supposed to be a book written against rock and roll. Peter J. Peters offers this book. and at the same time says Gail Ripplinger is an occultist because she simply put a red dragon on her cover, and she seems to be arguing in favor of the Bible, but obviously she's not. And it's like, okay, let's think about this. The author that you're offering right now, the guy that you offer probably over 20 books of, this guy puts this on a cover of his thing, which is supposed to be against rock and roll music. How do you know he's not secretly an occultist writing in favor of rock and roll music and stuff like this? If this is your criteria of putting a disturbing image on the front of your book, or a dragon or whatever, and this, I believe, this illustration was done specifically for Gail Ripplinger's book, if I'm not mistaken. I've never seen it anywhere else. I should really do a Google image search with Google Lens at some point to see if I can find it someplace else. But this is benign. It is, it is very low key compared to the book that he was offering at the exact same time, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, he mentions it in his KJV Only Deception sermon series. So it's just like, dude, you know this. So the criticisms that have come out about Gail Ripplinger as far as the occultism stuff, I'm just like, come up with a good argument, please, and call me. That'd be great. Well, actually, I don't want Peter J. Peters to call me because he's been dead for years. And I don't need that. But the only other thing that I think is really worth noting as far as this whole controversy is that Gail Ripplinger has said that, and I don't remember if this was in like Blind Guides or if it was in response to me about a question or what it was, but her two former husbands, she claimed, I don't know what basis she claimed this on, but she said that both of them were closet sodomites. I don't know what church she married them out of. I know that she was part of a more not ecumenical, more charismatic church earlier on, and that possibly one of these husbands might have been from there. I'm not sure, but apparently they were both Christians, but they were, according to her, behind the scenes, they were sodomites. I don't know if it's because, they wanted, different, relation positions or whatever that she was uncomfortable with. Maybe that brought it about. I'm not sure. I know that D.A. Waite followed up on that claim by Gail, and they were like, talking to the current wife of these husbands that Gail Ripplinger, had divorced, and they're talking to the wife or whatever. And they mentioned one of the things that stood out to them was that when they talked to one of these wives and they're like, okay, we've got this lady that said that your husband is a closet sodomite, the response that they got was just laughter. So I'm not sure how it all plays out. I'm also going to say that in the fundamental Bible believing circles, there are a lot of closet sodomites. There are a lot of pedophiles, especially that have been turned out from that one college in Indiana, Hiles-Anderson. There's been a lot of corruption that's come out of there, apparently. A lot of different pastors have had people come from there as like youth pastors. Oh, you don't know what you're doing about soul winning and stuff like this. These, completely, balloon-shaped evangelists or whatever. And it turns out that they're pedophiles. So, and it's just like, I think personally that there is a lot going on behind the scenes. Fritz Springmeier said that the Illuminati has infiltrated every level of Christianity. Brian Denlinger is famous in my mind for saying that every piece of Christianity has been completely compromised by the Jesuits except King James Onlyism. That was a Brian Denlinger quotation from way back when he was King James Video Ministries and stuff like this. Now he's Born Again Barbarian, I believe, is his channel. But he had a lot of King James videos that he put out that I used to watch early on, and a lot of them. And they were pretty good. But when he said that, I was just like, I'm sorry, I'm not willing to accept that every aspect of Christianity has been compromised by one of the most elite occult task forces in the history of the world, except King James Onlyism. whatever that is. And it's like, is that because it's true Christianity or something? So it's impregnable to this kind of infiltration? If that's true, Christianity, King James onlyism is not Christianity, because the New Testament talks specifically about wolves in sheep's clothing coming in among us, talks about those that feed themselves without fear in Jude, people among us that aren't actually of us. So if King James onlyism is immune to infiltration, then to heck with King James onlyism, because the Jesuits must just think of it as such a low priority that they don't even screw around with it. So in my mind, the IFB or, whatever is, very focused on, actually, doing work for God and stuff like this could be the most compromised parts of Christianity. There is so much abuse that goes on in churches. I'm not talking about just the rumors that have come out of Hyles Anderson, but I'm sorry if I'm going off on a tangent, but there's a whole Preacher Boy podcast, which is a YouTube channel, and I've only listened to like a couple other things, but their entire niche is exposing the corruption in the IFB churches, the abuse, the especially of young girls, young boys as well, all sorts of different things focused in the IFB movement, and that's the only thing they talk about. It's like they don't do the Presbyterian stuff, they don't do Catholic stuff, they are focused specifically on IFB abuse, and it's just they've made a whole big a huge podcast out of it, and it's just like there must be a lot of this going on. So very disturbing, and that's one of the reasons that I bring it up in our upcoming episode this Thursday. Is it because why does the new or not the new why does the independent fundamental Baptist arena, why does it have King James onlyism so much? Is it because it's a perfect cover? Is it because it's popular among the King James, among the Christian circles or something like this, so it can spread easier because it's basically a criteria of fellowship for a lot of people in the IFB? Oh, you use King James? Okay, you don't use King James, I'm not listening to you. So did they use that as an inroad, or does King James onlyism actually serve a purpose for this underground conspiracy? I start out every episode saying, I'm sorry to break this to you, but there's a conspiracy behind the modern Bible translation controversy that is undermining Christianity and our civilization at this very moment. So if it's undermining Christianity, it's because it's involved in Christianity, and it's an inside job. So I'm pretty sure that the question that you asked originally was Roman Catholicism's influence or whatever. There's a lot going on in our own camp, I think. Like I said, there's no way for this conspiracy to just be on the textual critical guy's side. In my mind, there is no possibility that that's it. It's like, okay, the textual critical guy's side, that's the Illuminati's just all over that, which there's plenty of influence in there. I would agree on that side. On our King James only side, I'm not prepared to say that there's as much influence, but I'm also not prepared to say that there is no influence, like Brian Denlinger would say. That's just where I stand for the time being. We should probably move on to something else.
Yeah, and I think you brought up some really good things about Phil Stringer and D.A. Waite, because I remember at the time it was D.A. Waite's wife was saying that she knew Gail Repplinger, and apparently Gail had said something about her former husband or something, and that was the first time they'd ever heard that she hadn't been married and that she had a broken marriage. But the thing was, listening to D.A. Waite, his stance on marriage, and if you want to be part of the Dean Burgon Society, even a member, you have to have only ever have one marriage. So basically, if you were a non-Christian beforehand, and you got married twice, and then you become a born-again Christian, you can never, ever enter into any type of ministry around D.A. Waite, because he disqualifies you instantly. even if it's before you're a Christian. And so I was just thinking that almost disqualifies every Papua New Guinean that I know, who's like so many of them, like they come to Christ with 4 wives and this sort of stuff. Like, what are they going to do? Just like, oh well, yeah, who's going to be the pastor here? And none of them can put their hand up because they've all done this. You know, it's like it's almost like a reprobate type of doctrine, sort of thing. And I didn't think it was fair. And I think that some people in the Dean Burgon Society actually didn't agree with Waite on all that, but they just kept their mouths shut because of the bigger picture. But it makes me want to go back through some of Phil Stringer's material and Waite's material and just look at what they're actually saying here about, because they're saying she's a witch. It's like, this is getting pretty hectic. This is getting pretty full on. And I guess like Mark Ward and Tim Berg talking about false accusations against Westcott and Hort, I think there's been a lot of false accusations said about Ripplinger and other people, even though there are some things I would disagree with, there's some things that you would disagree with, but it's like it doesn't mean that we can just say whatever we want about anyone. So we had an interesting Helg Evanson said, question for Joseph, can you talk about the material by Ken Johnson, his videos on Nephilim, giants, and the Book of Enoch? Do you agree with him on the relative legitimacy on the Book of Enoch? So I'm pretty sure that was the one that you mentioned wrote the book 1666 about Subtites V. I'm pretty sure that's Ken Johnson. And so, I'll put that up on the screen there.
Okay. 1666, I think, was written by a guy named Robert Seffer. Okay, I haven't read that book yet. I did acquire it on a recommendation of a friend whose name is Wesley. Shout out to you, Wesley, if you're watching. That one I'm looking forward to getting into, but it's small. It doesn't mean that it's a Ken Johnson book. And I love Ken Johnson's books because they are small and they're very readable. And Gail Ripplinger's books are enormous. She loves to speak in paragraphs instead of sentences. I love James Seitler's book where he speaks in almost words. He can get like multiple documentations in one sentence. It's phenomenal. If he wrote like Gail, he would have written a 6-volume set. Gail Ripplinger's book, in my opinion, did not have to be as big as it actually turned out being. New Age Bible Versions, I think, has a big problem, and the problem is that it's big. It should have been small, like the Ken Johnson books, in my opinion. Many small books that would be readable and not just throw everything all out at once and receive criticism and build on, a thing. But it all came out at once in a 700-page book, and the rest is history. Anyways, with Ken Johnson's books that are small, which I love, there's the Ancient Book of Enoch, which is this one. Giggles didn't fall off the bookshelf. I don't know if you can see him or not.
Oh, yeah.
This is Giggles, the Giganotosaurus. So he sits up on my bookshelf.
Giggles.
So, anyways, this is Ken Johnson's Book of Enoch. He gives, I believe it's going to be a translation by himself. He likes to do that. His opinion of the Book of Enoch is that it would have been written pre-flood, that it has things that were actually added to it by Gnostic sects, the same ones that would put great relevance on, I believe there's a 2nd and 3rd Enoch as well, which are overtly Gnostic. A lot of the things that are in the Book of Enoch, when you go and read it, I've listened to the whole thing, and the things in there that like where it brings in, I believe it brings in the phrase "as above, so below," if I'm not mistaken. When you see it written in there, it's just like, this sounds like what they accuse the King James of, a marginal note that just kind of leapt into the text. It seems very out of place. The actual prophecies that are in the Book of Enoch, I was highly suspicious of the Book of Enoch for many years. Ken Johnson actually gave a presentation on the prophecies in the Book of Enoch that deal with the Messiah. And it was just like, wow, there's a lot in there that sounds very Christian. So I was like, okay, so does this follow up through the Essenes or whatever, and are we all actually, you know, Gnostics like some would claim, or did Judaism and the pre-flood, I guess Christianity, if you want to call that the pre-flood church or what have you, before the flood that came through, you know, Noah into our present day, is there some kind of through line that goes from Noah to Christ to us? And when you look at the rest of Ken Johnson's books that deal with the Dead Sea Scrolls and things like this, I know Tex Mars, Gail Riplinger, Peter Ruckman, they kind of programmed into me that the Dead Sea Scrolls are dirty, they're nothing to be thought about because they contradict the King James Bible and they were written by wicked Gnostics and stuff like this. When Ken Johnson goes through it, he's just like, okay, well, let's look at what they say and let's look at who they're written by and stuff. His theory that he puts forward is that there are two different types of Essenes, two different writers of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are going to include your Book of Enoch. There are the Gnostics that are more centered around Alexandria, Egypt. Alexandrian text, anybody? And then there's the other ones that are in Palestine. And those are the ones that are more associated with the Dead Sea Scrolls and possibly the wise men. And these Essenes are, you know, they're the ones spoken of in Josephus, where they give deadly accurate prophecies, just spot on. And they're part of the, apparently a school that Elijah was involved with, and, or Elijah, sorry, that actually trains you to be a prophet and just leads up into modern Christianity, where these Essenes, when Christ came, in their writings, they expected him to be born of a virgin. They expected him to be God incarnate. These are from the Dead Sea Scrolls, which were apparently written before Christ. And they're like, we expect him to come, and they give their own calendar designation and everything. They have a very interesting solar calendar. They believe the Jewish lunar calendar was actually apostate, a compromise with pagan Rome. And on the solar calendar, when you add it all up, turns out the Messiah was supposed to come and die to save us from our sin nature, their wording, around 33 AD. So they were looking for Christ. And one of the reasons why a lot of people think that these Essenes just kind of went and disappeared around the same time is not because they were wiped out because of heresy or what have you. They actually thought that the Jewish system, which opposed Christ, was in heresy. They viewed them as screwing up the festivals, the sacrifices, basically everything, and they didn't like them at all. When these Essenes basically went out of existence, the reason that Ken Johnson puts forward is that they apparently became Christians. One of the ancient terms for Christianity was the way. One of the ancient terms for the Essenes was the way. So a lot of people, like Ken Johnson, think that these Essenes, when they saw Christ, they were just like, he's here. It's our duty to get in on this outpouring of God's Spirit that they already knew about, apparently, that was supposed to happen about 40 days after this Messiah disappeared in Jerusalem, where they would hear from God. So they knew about Pentecost as well. So there's a lot of people, including Ken Johnson, that believe at Pentecost the Essenes showed up. And it's like, all right, we're ready. And they ceased being Essenes and they became Christians. They saw the age of grace coming in around 33 AD with the birth, death, and resurrection of God the Messiah. They saw the Trinity as God the Father, God the Messiah, and God the Spirit. This is one of their doctrines. And when God the Messiah showed up, it was time to go from the age of the law to what they called the age of grace. And it was just like, it's mind-blowing stuff. We feature Ken Johnson's channel on our channel. So if you're on our YouTube channel right now, scroll to the bottom. We have different channels down there that we feature. The Confessionals is one. Missing 411 with Dave Paulides is on there. Fascinating stuff. Don't listen to one of his videos or you're going to listen to all of them. Absolutely crazy accounts. And Ken Johnson is there as well. So check out his channel, see if there's anything that you're interested in. I would highly recommend, if you're going to buy a book by Ken Johnson, you'd buy what is it called? Ancient Post-Flood History. Me and my wife, that was the first one that we read, and we were blown away by it. There is so much history about the patriarchs, so many of their writings that come to us through the Dead Sea Scrolls, prophecies, even in the book of Benjamin apparently wrote a book at the end of his life. The Testament of Benjamin, I believe, is what it's called. And he said, all right, guys, here's how it's going to happen. In the last days, the Messiah is going to show up. And there's going to be somebody that comes directly after the Messiah from my tribe who's going to teach you the truth about the Messiah, and you're supposed to listen to him when he shows up. And he's going to write books that will be included in the new canon, basically is what he said. And I'm just like, that doesn't sound like Paul, who was from the tribe of Benjamin. It's just fascinating, mind-blowing stuff. So yeah, pick up that book. It's in our library. Ancient Post-Flood History. And then if you buy another one that you're going to want before the next holiday shows up is, I don't agree with everything that he says, obviously, but the Ancient Origins of Modern Holidays. That one is also mind-blowing and is a fairly decent response that I think balances a lot of what we get from Pan-Babylonianism through like Jack Chick, Peter Ruckman, people like this, Gail Riplinger, even very Pan-Babylonian, where they trace everything occult or whatever you have back to Nimrod. Ken Johnson goes before that and goes to the origins of things that were before Nimrod, and he points out how they were actually more scriptural in their origins. Classic example. Sorry for my Ken Johnson rant. But classic example, Halloween. Halloween originally, according to different writings in the Dead Sea Scrolls, was, I believe it's the Dead Sea Scrolls, was one of, I believe, 4 holidays that Noah was supposed to have instituted right after the flood. The one that corresponds with our modern Halloween is the one when the flood started and everybody was wiped out. Apparently, before Nimrod and before everything else came about, and before it was paganized, Halloween, it was a celebration to commemorate the great destruction that God brought upon the world. And of course, it's easy to see how a celebration of the death and destruction, a remembrance of it, can be turned into, instead of a somber day to remember the judgment and severity of God, it gets turned into a holiday where we celebrate the things that were destroyed by the flood. The darkness, the necromancy, the hybrids, just all sorts of stuff comes in on Halloween, and it's paganized. And like people have pointed out, Satan doesn't create, he corrupts. And he apparently did that with Halloween. That's one of the biggest examples of some of the stuff that we get from the Dead Sea Scrolls that actually plays in with what we typically think from a more Nimrod, Hislop's Two Babylons perspective. So I think that book brings a lot of balance. Those are the first 2 that I'd buy: Ancient Post-Flood History and Ancient Origins of Modern Holidays. He's got a lot of really practical books. So, anyways, if there's any further questions about that, then I'd be glad to put in some input.
Hel just asked if Ken Johnson was a KJV advocate or a TR advocate.
He is more of a TR advocate. Okay. He has a book called The Ancient Word of God, where he talks about why you don't want to use a Bible that is based on the critical text because of prophecies that are rendered inaccurate because of translation or textual issues or what have you. And I'm almost at 4 hours. I'm gonna win, I guess. I don't know. My legs are starting to hurt. Anyways, He in the Ancient Word of God advocates for he advocates for 1 John 5:7. He with the grammatical thing and the whole 9 yards, and he is more along the lines of a King James Bible believer at that point. He is a what is he denominationally? Calvary Chapel. He is along those lines, and he favors the King James Bible, but he's not King James only in that, like when he writes the book on the rapture or other books like this, he will quote modern translations when like when the King James is not like fully committed on like a certain nuance of the rapture or what have you, and a modern translation is like, oh well, this actually capitalizes more on the meaning that I see, then he will actually include that verse in there. But I would say that he is a fairly strong TR advocate, and he's made some recent short videos, I believe, also responding to that question about the text and translation debate. So.
So what are your thoughts on Michael Heiser?
He was very scholarly, and I think that he dove into a lot of crazy things. And I don't have a lot to say about him because I haven't listened to a lot. There are some things that I've been favorably impressed by. I like that he tried to that he apparently did a very good job of dealing with a lot of strange aspects of history and just different things like this. I will say that I'm really looking forward to getting into his work, but I'm also kind of, ready to see some things where it's just like it doesn't check out with the Bible, kind of these kind of things, but I'm not sure. I don't know yet. So I'm not going to make something up and tell you that, oh, he's a heretic, or, oh, no, he's wonderful, because I don't know yet, but I'm excited to find out.
Yeah, cool. So I think this will probably be our last question, because we're nearly at 4 hours, and I think that should do it.
I'll come back on anytime you want me.
And so Hannah just says, if you get back to Ripplinger, what was Gail's response to the Isaiah 14:12 O Lucifer or O Day Star note and the new ageism of the KJV translators? And
okay.
So
yep. So I'm working on a page that's going to go into all these details. It's going to be BibleVersionConspiracy.com/Lucifer, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be the URL for it. But her response, what I did is I got a comment on a YouTube video that I made, and the person was like, why do you say that, the Daystar and Lucifer thing, why do you say that that's trying to make out, that Christ is Lucifer and things like this? And I'm just like, did I say that in this video? And the person's like, well, no, but, King James people say this a lot, and I don't like that you say that, and I don't remember you saying that, but I don't like that King James Bible believers say that. And why does Gail not acknowledge the translator's very own footnote? And I was just like, excellent question. I was just like, oh, wow, this is going to be good. So made an email to Gail and was like, hey, there's this guy that made a comment on a YouTube video that I made. And he was like, hey, this translation issue, there was, something going on. Do you have any thoughts? And she came back and she was like, yes, actually, that verse, that note was not in her mind. I don't know where she supports this from. She said, this is not a note that shows a different or a better translation. This note is simply giving a broader historical context, because I guess the Greeks or Romans must have called Lucifer or Venus the morning star. So they added this alternate translation for greater cultural context. And she still feels that the modern versions, when they bring that in, that is still a false translation. So I was just like, that's interesting. So I let this guy know, I believe his name was David, and he was like, well, how does she know that it was just for greater cultural context? How? Because all these other verses, and he showed one from Genesis, he showed a verse, I believe, from Ephesians, where they mentioned, that some manuscripts don't have such and such phrase. And off the top of my head, I was like, or Leviathan in Job 41, where it talks about Leviathan. It could also mean, what was it? A whale or a whirlpool or something like this. And I'm just like, okay, no teeth or anything like this, so it doesn't make sense with Leviathan, but whatever. But I was like, yeah, the greater cultural context thing doesn't seem to pan out with all these different references. So I'm just like, I should ask her how she knows that this is just for cultural context and not a valid alternate translation that they were advocating for in their margin. So I emailed her back and I sent her the screen captures that this guy had supplied. And when she responded to me, I think that she was more responding to the screen captures that were attached to the email that were provided by this guy, this commenter. She was like, I don't necessarily have time to quote and rattle off what the King James translators said in their preface. They, apparently the implication here is that the King James translators would have said that some of their notes were just to give cultural context. I'm not aware of that statement in the translators to the readers, but it's supposed to be in there. I've got to double check for that. But she said that, speaking to me, and I think more relating to the screen captures, like I mentioned, she said, our job is not to get bogged down in every argument that Satan brings up. It's our job to say to people that criticize the King James Bible, that bring up these different accusations and questions and stuff like this, it's our job to turn back on them and say, how do you advocate a Bible that removes all these verses and stuff like this, or so many words or things? And I was just like, at first I was just like, how do you come back to this with, I basically, what she's saying is like, I don't have a response. It's not my job to have a response. It's our job to be King James only and ask them why they use modern versions that mess so many things up. That was my initial response. And I was just like, that's just what it sounds like she was saying. But then I was like, oh yeah, there's also those screen captures that were sent with it. So she was probably more so referring to the note in Ephesians, I would assume. In my mind, Lucifer, like I said a couple seconds ago, is the same as Venus. It's the same as, just day star or morning star. Basically, in the text, it's, O Lucifer, son of the morning. So the morning star was considered the son of the morning and such like this. It's basically talking to Satan by type, the king of Babylon by, actual, that revelation at the time was to that king of Babylon, apparently. And it's referring to him as a bright and morning star. That is a quality. It is not a title. Lucifer also, by implication, being the devil, falling from heaven and stuff like this, that comes in definitely in the prophecy, I think. As far as a connection with Jesus Christ, that may come in with different modern version footnotes that actually refer you to Peter and to Revelation, where they seem to connect Lucifer and the day star and stuff, and that passage with Christ, which it is obviously not talking about. But I personally think that note where it says day star is just another legitimate translation of that word Lucifer. And that if we're going to go with the cultural context argument, it's just going to force us to say that culturally it's a term and it's not a title. It just shows that you're, like Wycliffe being called the morning star of the Reformation. We're not saying he's Jesus. We're not saying he's Lucifer. He's just something bright that's illuminating the darkness. So they're saying to the king of Babylon, you were so great, you were so good, you were up there, you were at the top of your game, and now look at you. So anyways, there's just a lot of things that I'm weighing and I'm disillusioned with, and just so many different things. You want to talk about Bigfoot instead?
I think that's really interesting. I like that how Wycliffe is the morning star of the Reformation. So he's the Lucifer of the Reformation. It's funny how we can take things out of context and commit that fallacy where we're just putting the same word in every place and just seeing the same thing. But
yeah, or Mary being called Lucifer now because apparently she's now the highest created being outside of Satan who fell. So apparently that's why the Catholics call her Lucifer. So, and that's also, I think, kind of a culty too, because Venus and Lucifer is supposed to be female. It's an interesting spot in New Age Bible versions that I also have to look into. So just like lots of things.
Well, I think we're both probably exhausted. I think our audience is probably looking at their watches and going, "Are these guys ever going to finish?" But I really enjoyed this, and I'm glad that you came on when I invited you to come on board. And as I've mentioned, I'm turning this channel into a bit of a debate channel, and also interviews. And so, if you do ever think that you want to debate someone, and you chat with them, and they're like, "Oh, let's debate this," I can moderate that, and that'll be quite cool. If you
I'll
ever
let you know when I think I'm qualified to do something like that. But right now, I don't know. I'm in a little corner all on my own, and I don't know if anybody would necessarily want to stoop to the level that I'm at right now to all this conspiracy stuff. I don't even know. Oh, Joseph, that weirdo. I don't know. Maybe someday I'll have something set up better. But yeah, if you want to talk about anything else in the future, those notes that we shared with the Google Doc, down at the bottom of that, there's some other things that we talk about, and we can go through those at some point. Another interview or shorter videos or whatever you need. I'm not sure about debate at this point in time.
Yeah.
So.
And so, just the last thing, I've got my.
Oh no! Now see, you were just planning to do this the whole time. You're not actually convinced.
And so,
all right, all right. Well, while he makes his tinfoil hat, let's talk about Bigfoot. Oh boy, that looks great. It's like a do-rag. It's an aluminum do-rag. It's going to preserve you from the galactic bikers.
So I do believe in the conspiracy theories. We might have a different take on some of them, but I do believe there is a conspiracy against the Word of God, a satanic conspiracy. And I do think there are certain individuals who've been used by Satan over the years to come against the Word of God and to cause confusion and doubt over the Word of God. And so I guess, Mark Ward said we're into conspiracies, and so I'm wearing the hat. I'm on board.
You might want to take that off too, because there's a conspiracy theory that amplifies your brainwaves so the ETs can read them clearer. So
my brain might start sending out messages and they come straight back. So it's like this echo chamber, and I just go mad.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to wear it on till the end of the program, but I think we're going to stop it now.
All right.
So thanks for joining us.
Sure.
And
I don't know. Do you want to do one quick story about Bigfoot? I was kind of wanting to do this a little bit earlier. It's like 2 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So the Aryans, somebody mentioned the Aryans at one point. The Germanic Aryans were the ones that basically sacked Rome. And interesting story about that, especially when we bring in Luther, who to his dying breath did not want 1 John 5:7 in his translation. Apparently it was in the translations before that, and in German. And then Luther comes along, shoves it out. It wasn't in that edition of the TR that he based it on, apparently. And dying breath, don't put 1 John 5:7 back in the Bible. And apparently the German people put it back in the Bible. That's what I remember from Michael Maynard. But there's an interesting thing about that sack of Rome. The Aryans in Germany, for that sack of Rome, and this happens a lot of time in history, India and stuff like this, apparently they also teamed up with things called the forest people. These forest people are described as being large, sometimes 10 foot, 13 foot tall, hairy, human-looking giants that live in the woods. So the Aryans apparently made a deal with these forest people which could speak their language. And they said, hey, if you help us sack Rome, this is from World Bigfoot Radio, is I believe where I heard this story first. If you help us sack Rome, we will allow you to have the Black Forest forever. So they helped, apparently, with the defeat of Rome, and they weren't called Bigfoot, obviously, back then. I don't even think they would have been called woodwoos. I think that's more of an English term, whatever they called them in Germany. And the Black Forest, as far as I'm aware, stands to this day. And you can buy gummies called Black Forest gummies because it's still there. And apparently it's theirs because they helped sack Rome way back when. So yay, good for Aryans teaming up with Bigfoot to beat Roman Catholicism. Anyways, I thought you'd enjoy that. So
I remember when I was looking up Vulgaris, Eugenius Vulgaris, I ended up finding this YouTube clip about Vulgaris magistaris. And so that's the Dutch name for this type of beast that you're talking about, who goes in the forest, and he's related to Woden and all these other things. And yeah, he's going around like living in caves and sort of scaring people and eating dinosaurs like they're chickens and this type of thing. And yeah, it's I stumbled across this video. I was like, oh, that's very interesting. But
hey, if you can find that, send that my way. I would love to watch that.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I better take this off because my thoughts are starting to reverberate, and I don't know which voice in my head I need to follow anymore. So, but thanks for joining us, Joseph. We've had a lot of fun.
You're welcome. I had a lot of fun too. I enjoyed it.
There's a couple more questions, maybe. Nice tinfoil hat. Someone said they can tell that I've been practicing the tinfoil hat thing. I did it too well. Yeah. Been practicing at home.
That was suspicious how you just kind of did that.
It came so naturally. I just, yeah, I've been in my Illuminati meetings. We do that quite quickly. So
yes, definitely. Just gotta get that little point on the top or whatever.
Yeah, the antenna thing. So I'll shut this down. But if you just want to hang around for a minute, we can just chat afterwards. But thanks for joining us, guys. I'm going to shut this live stream down. And so we've gone for 4 hours and 13 minutes. It's quite a marathon. But thanks for joining us. And if you have any more questions for myself or for Joseph, just put them in the chat there. And also don't forget to like and subscribe. I usually don't say that, but sometimes, like with the Peter Van Cleek thing, I've had so many people say, wow, that was amazing, good fun, that was great, heaps of really good questions, and I think I got like 1 subscriber. And it's like I usually don't plug for that, and I do the same. I watch things and I don't subscribe either or like it. And so, but Joseph's running this on his program as well, so you can like and subscribe to him. And so we're all trying to get more and more influence. So God bless you guys, and we'll see you next time.
Yes, God bless. Read your Bible like the devil's after it, because it truly is a Bible version conspiracy.
Amen.